Welcome back, team. Today we are doing the thing. We are doing the packet as requested by several students. Having an answer key for this thing is going to be helpful. So I am going to go through the entire packet and show you that it's not scary and that if you know what you're doing, you can do it fast. I hope it's fast anyway. We'll see how long it takes me. I could be eating those words by the end of this video, but I'm going to go through the whole thing and I'm going to talk about every question, and I'm going to leave like timestamps in the description of this video for you to navigate between pages, maybe a little bit easily or easier, however you say that. But this is designed to be helpful to you in like having a reference guide as you are filling out your packet, that you can refer to this as a useful study tool, because a study guide is only so helpful insofar as the answers are correct. So we are going to go through and make sure that you have all of the right answers on your study guide, so that this is useful for you. Okay, I'm just going to start. I'm just going to do it. I am going to type directly on the document, so as to make this a little bit easier. But you still have to write it down with your hands. That is, I will require that of you. But if you've got your packet, I would have that out and follow along with this. If you've already done the first couple of pages, I would watch the first part of the video and double check your answers with me. So I'm going to just start. We're just going to do it. Types of government and economics. Starting with just right out of the gate, we get direct democracy. How does direct democracy work? Direct democracy is this idea, this concept that the people themselves have, they have the ability to vote directly on the policy. So whereas you have representative democracy, where people vote on a representative who then votes on the policy, direct democracy, people themselves are voting on policy directly in the government. So I'm going to write that. People are able to vote directly on policy. There is not a representative between the voter and the policy. So being able to vote directly on the policy. What is a republic, or an indirect democracy, or a representative democracy? There's like a ton of ways that you can say that. All of them are accurate, but in a republic, we will write it down as it says in the question. In a republic, people vote on representatives that vote on policy on their behalf. This differs, because we want to answer all parts of the questions here, this differs from the direct democracy, as there is a representative between the people and the policy. Boom. Done. Okay. What is an authoritarian style of government? An authoritarian style of government is one characterized by strict government control, where people don't have agency. So remember, we have like two camps of government. We have democracy and authoritarianism. In a democracy, people have agency, people have power. In an authoritarian style of government, people don't have power. So it's all government control. So the primary characteristic of an authoritarian style of government is strict government control. People do not have agency in government. In an authoritarian style of government. Boom, there you go. What is an autocracy and how does it differ from other forms of government, particularly other forms of authoritarian styles of government? In an autocracy, auto is the thing that we're going to be looking at here. Auto meaning one. There is one ruler, there is one leader, and that can be divided down into other various things like a monarch or a dictator or something. But it differs from an oligarch in the fact that there's only one. In an oligarchy there is multiple, and in autocracy there is only one. So in an autocratic style of authoritarianism, because remember this is a flavor of authoritarianism, there is only one government leader in charge, as opposed to other kinds of authoritarianism that include multiple government leaders, such as an oligarchy, right? What defines an absolute monarch and how does it compare to other forms of authoritarian rule? Well, an absolute monarch is a monarch. They are a king. They usually get their power and influence hereditarily. That's kind of it. So in an absolute monarchy, the leader of the country is either a king or a queen or an emperor that has absolute, absolute monarchy, that has absolute control over the systems of government in their country. How does it compare to other forms of authoritarian rule? Well, it is a style of autocracy in which there is one ruler at the top of the government, but differs from something like a dictatorship or like a totalitarian dictatorship, which usually has their leader seizes control through some kind of violent overthrow or something, which usually has some kind of coup or something, a violent overthrow of government to seize power for the dictator. How does a dictatorship function? A dictatorship functions as an autocracy in which there is one ruler at the top of the government making decisions for everyone in the government. And everyone being governed by the government. The dictatorship is usually characterized by harsh and strict government control. There you go. We'll keep it simple. We'll keep it brief. What is an oligarchy and how does it limit the role of citizens in decision making? An oligarchy is a style of autocracy, or not, excuse me, authoritarianism, in which citizens of the government do not play a role in decision making. And we'll preface this by saying in which there is an elite group of government officials making decisions for the entire government. Citizens of the oligarchy do not play a role in the decision making. What are the advantages and disadvantages of democratic governments compared to authoritarian ones? So we will say, one of the primary advantages of a democratic government is that people have a voice and a say in the policies that govern them. This idea of popular sovereignty, people have power, people have a say. In a democratic style of government, people are not oppressed by a elite, that's not how you spell elite, elite ruling class and or dictator. An elite, that should be an elite. However, democratic processes can be inefficient, right? If you're waiting on the entirety of your democratic society to make decisions, it runs a lot more slowly than if you had an authoritarian style of government making decisions for everyone. Unilaterally, it's a lot faster to do that. So, however, democratic processes are a lot slower and less efficient than authoritarian styles of government, as decisions are not being made unilaterally. Sure, that's how you spell that. Okay, good. How does citizen participation vary between democratic and authoritarian styles of government? Okay, this is an easy question. Citizens participate in a democratic government, and citizens do not participate in authoritarian styles of government. Citizens can participate in a democratic style of government, while citizens do not participate in authoritarian styles of government. Nice. We did it. Economics. What are the different types of economic systems? There's a couple of them. We've got market, and we've got command, we've got traditional, and we've got mixed. And we'll just list them here for now. I'm sure there will be future questions that will ask us to explain what those things are. What is capitalism, and how does it operate in society? Well, capitalism is characterized by the free market and the ability to compete with others in the market. And that is really the primary function here. Supply and demand, we'll talk about supply and demand here. Supply and demand set the prices of goods and services as opposed to the government. What is socialism and how does it operate in society? Well, it's kind of the opposite of capitalism. in a socialist style of government or socialist style of economy, the government makes essentially all of the decisions for the economy. So the government is responsible for making the economic decisions for the country. The desired outcome in a socialist society is that you have equality of outcome. So people receive equality of outcome, meaning that as opposed to the capitalist competition where the better product is going to be more successful in the market space, in the socialist style of government, everybody receives the same. What does the term laissez-faire mean in economics? Let it be. Let it be. It simply means let it be. It's a French term. So I will elaborate on this. The market should be free of government intervention. So like leave it alone, let it be, any of those types of things work here for laissez-faire. This is kind of an idea of capitalism, Adam Smith, Wealth of Nations, like invisible hand. We don't want the government to be making decisions for the market that knows best based on supply and demand. What are the defining characteristics of socialism? Well, one of the big characteristics is equality of outcome. And government control of the economy. And if I'm going to talk about equality of outcome, I'm going to throw equality of opportunity under capitalism as well. Allows for everyone in the market to participate. So everyone can, buy and sell goods on the market. They're not being restricted by the government in that way. But that doesn't necessarily mean that everyone's going to get the same in the economy. How do mixed economies combine elements of different economic systems? So a mixed economy combines elements of a market economy and a command economy. And I guess I'll define what these things are here, since I didn't define them, up here. In a market economy, the market is responsible for providing goods and services to the people. The market economy is not, there's not as strict government control. Actually, in a very pure market economy, there's no government oversight, no government regulation. Whereas in a command economy, the government is responsible for, setting prices and providing goods and services. Also add, is responsible for regulating the economy, setting prices, and providing goods and services. A mixed A mixed economy combines elements of the market economy in allowing for private industries to compete while incorporating elements of a market economy through limited government regulation. We here in the United States are a mixed economy. We are not a pure market economy. We lean more so on the side of a market economy, but we still have government regulations in the market space. Things that are legal to sell, not legal to sell. Things like price gouging is illegal. Setting prices, limiting prices in that way, having some kind of control over the economy. That's kind of where we get that mixed element there. Okay, what is opportunity cost and how does it impact economic decision making? Opportunity cost is the value of the next best option that was not selected in decision making. In economics, you lose the value of whichever option was not picked. So, for example, if you are, going to McDonald's and you're deciding between buying a McChicken and buying a quarter pounder. If you buy the quarter pounder, that means you're not buying the McChicken. Man, this is making me hungry a little bit. You're not getting the McChicken. Essentially, it's the value of the McChicken is gone. You don't get to enjoy that anymore because you spent your money on the quarter pounder. Okay, what is the difference between monetary and fiscal policy? Okay, monetary policy has to do with the when we talk about monetary policy, we're talking about the value of the currency in the economy. This can be regulated by, like the Fed, raising and lowering interest rates, by the Federal Reserve, by raising or lowering interest rates. This can also be regulated by coining new money or printing new money. Coining and printing. So we're actually adding more money into circulation, kind of playing around with the values a little bit. The fiscal policy has to do with how the government makes and spends money. The government makes money through taxes and tariffs, while it spends money through government programs and things like this in the budget, right? So fiscal policy deals with through government programs. When we talk about fiscal policy, if you are going to have like an appropriations bill, if you're going to have a tax bill, if you're going to have something that increases, lowers taxes, changes how much money the government's going to make, or how much money the government's going to spend, appropriating that in the budget, that has to do with fiscal policy there. Hopefully that makes sense. If you have questions, ask me. What is the significance of the Magna Carta in 1215? Okay, we have identified two things that we want to make sure that we are talking about when we, are highlighting the Magna Carta. That is due process of law, that is trial by a jury of peers, and the idea of limited government, where we sit King John down and say, hey, guy, stop being mean. Your power is limited. We're wagging our finger at him, telling him that he can't be, evil king guy anymore, that he has to have some kind of responsibility to the people. So, just for the sake of brevity, I'm going to say due process. Trial by a jury of peers, and limited government. The government's power is not absolute and must be responsible for the well-being of its people and citizens. Okay, what is due process of law and how does it relate to governance? So let's talk about due process. Let's do it. The government cannot take away your life, liberty, or property without first going through legal procedures. We'll say, usually in the form of a trial by a jury of peers. So, you have a say. The law is on your side before your natural rights are taken away from you. That's kind of the essence of due process. So how does this relate to American governments? This relates to American governance as due process is a core principle in documents that highlight natural rights, such as the Declaration of Independence and the Bill of Rights that that highlights the rights of the accused, right? So if you're accused of a crime, that doesn't always mean you're guilty of a crime. Okay, what was the significance of the Mayflower Compact in 1620? The Mayflower Compact was written by the English colonists in the New England colonies, Plymouth Rock, all that kind of stuff. And in essence, you have the ship full of 100 people. They land on Plymouth Rock, and they have to decide amongst themselves that they are going to act lawfully to one another, that they're not going to kill each other, because nobody wants to be the guy that kills another guy, and nobody wants to be the guy that's been killed by another guy. So we get this idea of the social contract being highlighted in the Mayflower Compact in 1620. So that's like, if you think Mayflower Compact, your mind should just immediately jump to social contract. So the Mayflower Compact was written by the English colonists as they, established the New England colonies. As they established the New England colonies, as they landed on Plymouth Rock, they were obligated to act lawfully to one another, as there was no existing government oversight. The Mayflower Compact highlights a concept known as the social contract. We'll bold that because it's a cool term. Social contract, requiring everyone in the society to act lawfully to one another. I guess I've already said that here. To protect the natural rights of one another. Okay, boom. Sure, we'll take that as an answer. What was the English Bill of Rights in 1689, and how did it impact the development of the American government? The English Bill of Rights limited the powers of the monarchs, William and Mary. They had to agree that they were responsible to the to looking after the natural rights of their citizens, of their their royal subjects or whatever. So the powers of the monarchs, as they must uphold the natural rights of their royal subjects. As they govern over them, I guess. This significantly impacted the development of the American government, as many of the principles of individual liberties are present in our own Bill of Rights in the Constitution. Okay, I'm happy with that answer. How did the U.S. Bill of Rights shape the rights of American citizens? The U.S. Bill of Rights highlights the list of rights enjoyed by the American citizen that cannot be taken away by the government. The Bill of Rights limits the power of the government by not permitting it to take away, well, I feel like I'm just saying the same thing here, highlights the rights enjoyed by the American citizen that cannot be taken away by the government. Yeah, I mean, that's really it. That's the essence of what's the Bill of Rights is. It's a list of things the government cannot do. So, whereas there are some things in the Constitution that, are enumerated powers that gives the government the ability to do something, the Bill of Rights says, no, government, you cannot take away these things. Okay, what are the implications of the 4th, 5th, and 8th Amendments on citizens' rights? Here we have the rights of the accused. Let's see here. The 4th, 5th, and 8th Amendments highlight the rights of the accused. So when we look at the Fourth Amendment, the Fourth Amendment does not permit the government to search an individual without first acquiring a warrant. The Fifth Amendment protects the individual from having their, this is the due process clause in the Fifth Amendment, their life, liberty, and property taken away by the government without first receiving a trial by a jury of peers. The Eighth Amendment prevents cruel and unusual punishment for the accused. Okay, boom. Love it. How did Enlightenment thinkers such as Hobbes, Locke, Montesquieu, and Rousseau influence the American government? Okay, these guys are going to be like all over the packet for the rest of the packet, so I think it's going to be wise for me to just talk about their Enlightenment theories here, essentially to have as a reference for the rest of the packet. So I'm just going to put all of them down. And Rousseau. Oh, that's not how you spell Montesquieu. Okay. Hobbes. He kind of presumes this idea. Let me rewind here and introduce the idea of the state of nature real quick, because that's important to know when we talk about guys, particularly like Hobbes, Locke, and Rousseau. The state of nature is this theoretical realm in which there is no government, where people aren't being governed by some sort of governing body. And in this state of nature, in this theoretical land, there's a couple different things that people could do. Hobbes says that people are naturally bad to one another, that their tendencies are evil and corrupt to one another, and so people need government to protect them from the abuses of one another. Whereas Locke says, no, not really, that people are, it's not like, sunshine, rainbows, and butterflies, but, people can kind of get along with one another, and the only reason why they would need a government is to protect their natural rights. He's really big on the natural rights thing. Rousseau says that in a state of nature, you have, general will, equality of men, and that because people are equal and because there is, this general will of people to do good, that they should have a social contract with each other to uphold, that general will of the people. So a couple different ways of looking at the state of nature. Montesquieu's kind of in his own weird situation and kind of how we focused on him on the class, so I'll save him for a second. So Hobbes says that people need government to protect themselves from the kind of brutal nature of mankind, to protect them from one another. Locke says that government only exists to protect the natural rights of the individual. And when a government fails to do this, I'm going to add this here. When a government fails to achieve these ends, or this goal, it should be replaced by the people. Hobbes says, no matter how bad your government is, at least you have a government. So there's no need to, this right to revolution, there's no need to replace the government. So I'll add that. People do not have the right to replace a bad government as having any government is better than no government at all. Okay. Nice. Okay, Montesquieu. 3 branches of government: legislative, executive, judicial, separation of powers. That's what we want. I'm going to keep it cut and dry here. Rousseau, we get equality of man, general will, kind of popular sovereignty, and social contract. Social contract's the big one. I'm gonna bold that because that's kind of his thing. He wrote Social Contract. That was his book. The EOC might ask you to identify here. They might ask you to identify the books that these guys wrote, particularly when it comes to the idea of the state of nature. I'm going to highlight the 3 guys that we talked about for that particular thing. So Hobbes writes Leviathan. Locke writes, two theses on government. And Rousseau writes, you wouldn't believe it, Social Contract. Okay. What is the concept of natural rights, and how did Locke's ideas shape the foundation of the American government? Okay. Locke believed that people inherently have rights such as life, liberty, and property, as God-given rights. Just for being a human being, you are deserve the privilege of enjoying these different things. So Locke believed that people inherently have these rights, and that government only exists to protect these rights. How does it shape government today? Well, it shaped one of our most important founding documents, the Declaration of Independence. As Thomas Jefferson is writing the Declaration, John Locke is just like super excited about this thing. From his grave, he's excited, but he's excited nonetheless. It's got John Locke written all over it. So one of the most significant founding documents, the Declaration. Uses Locke's theories on natural rights as the basis for the American Revolution and the foundations of the American government as a whole. So, yeah, I would say pretty important guy. What is the social contract theory, and how did Hobbes and Locke contribute to it? I know I said, Rousseau's the social contract guy. This was not exclusively Rousseau's idea. He's just the one who wrote the most about it. But Hobbes and Locke also had their own ideas on the social contract theory as it pertains to this idea of the state of nature. So you could basically just take my answers from up here and here, and just paste them down here because it effectively answers that question. So we are going to do that. I might elaborate on these answers a little bit, actually, as far as the context of the social contract theory is concerned. Therefore, people are bound to one another through a powerful government that is capable of protecting them from one another. So we'll I guess I should probably identify these people here. Hobbes, Locke. Nope, not Jacques. Nope, Locke. The social contract is upheld through respecting one another's natural rights in the society. That's the basis here. How did colonial governments like the Virginia House of Burgesses and the Mayflower Compact lay the foundation, groundwork, whatever you want to call it, for self-governance? Okay. We will just identify the big pieces here. Virginia House of Burgesses. First legislative body in the English colonies. We will do this. Mayflower Compact. Example of the social contract theory, proving that the New England colonies could govern themselves lawfully without oversight by the crown. There you go. Okay, what was salutary neglect and why did it end? Salutary neglect was this period of time in colonial American history where the English crown had limited influence over the colonies because they're far away. There is an Atlantic Ocean between the colonies and the British Isles, so there's only so much you can do, and especially when you're fighting a war against France. When you're fighting against France, you have other things to worry about than managing, your colonies overseas. So salutary neglect was this period of time in which the British colonies, the English colonies, are not being strictly regulated by the English crown, and they're enjoying the privileges of self-government. So we will say something about that. Salutary neglect was a period in colonial American in which the English were loosely regulated by the English crown and enjoyed the privileges of self-governance, proving to the colonists that, hey, we don't really need you anymore, King. And if push comes to shove, we have our own institutions of law that we can fall back on should we not need you anymore, which we're going to see unfold in the American Revolution. Okay, so the Patriots and Loyalists. Patriot. Loyalist. Sought independence from the British Crown. Sought to remain loyal to the British Crown. And I'm going to keep it that. I'm going to keep it simple. How did events like the Quartering Act and Common Sense by Thomas Paine contribute to the Revolution? Okay. The Quartering Acts, part of the Intolerable Acts, this series of acts that were intolerable, that were particularly harsh on Boston, and they didn't like that so much, and they preferred to go back to the way they were under salutary neglect. The king is kind of overstepping his bounds here. The Quartering Act, we'll focus on the Quartering Act first. The Quartering Act was one of many intolerable acts in which the American colonists, primarily in Boston, Massachusetts, we're feeling the oppressive weight of kind of this tyrannical English crown, or at least that was their perspective on it. We kind of talked in class about was the British crown actually super tyrannical, or was this kind of overinflated by the colonists? I'll let you decide that for yourself, but from the perspective of the colonists, they felt like this was, just a complete, blatant violation of their individual liberties, their individual rights. Why are we, Englishmen? Why are we not being treated the same way that Englishmen in, London or, other parts of the empire are being treated? So the Quartering Act is one of the many intolerable acts in which the American colonies, primarily in Boston, Massachusetts, felt as though the King George III, was violating their natural rights as Englishmen, with many of these concerns being mass published in Thomas Paine's Common Sense, January 10th, 1776, kind of early on in the American Revolution, that, hey, it's just common sense that we don't need you anymore, King, that independence is the way to go. With many of these concerns being mass published in Thomas Paine's Common Sense, advocating for the separation from the English crown, as it was just common sense. One of the arguments he makes is, why should this tiny little island be governing an entire continent? It just is common sense that the colony should be unchained from its, colonial oppressor in the English crown, King George. Okay, what are the key concepts of government found in the Declaration of Independence? There's a couple of them. Natural rights, uh, right to a revolution, popular sovereignty, um, goodness sakes. Let's see here. So, social contract, consent of the governed, um, mm, self-government. I'm sure I'm missing some. We'll talk more about these when we get to the the actual passage from the Declaration of Independence. Those are the big ones that come to mind just off the top of my head. Um, yeah, we're going to stick with those for now. How do natural rights, social contract theory, due process of law, and popular sovereignty appear in the Declaration of Independence? Okay. So we've got, that bit that talks about life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's kind of an important part of the Declaration of Independence. Lockean ideas of natural rights. This is Jefferson's take on that. Due process of law. Due process of law is reinforced in Jefferson's long-winded list of grievances. And his long list of grievances against the king, and his abuses against their the colonial legislative processes. Okay. Actually, yeah, due process of law, popular sovereignty, and this is also due process of law and popular sovereignty. We have our own self-government. We have our own legislative institutions that the king is taking away from us. That's a good spot. He also talks about government instituted among men, popular sovereignty, right? All of these things appear. Yes. And we also get, social contract theory. Promoted through government by the consent of the governed. That's the people actually participating in the society that are, enjoying the privileges of the government. Okay, whew, we're making it. We're an hour in. And we are 5 pages deep. We're making it. Okay. So what were the weaknesses of the Articles of Confederation? I will just list a few of them. No executive. No judicial branch. Weak unicameral legislative. Ah. Difficult to make changes to the articles. They needed all 13 states to agree. They needed 9 of the 13 to make laws. Difficult to adapt to new challenges. Given the difficulty in making new laws. Yeah, no ability to effectively tax. Just a couple of big things that is vital for a government to be successful that we did not have under the Articles of Confederation. How did the Constitutional Convention of 1787 address the weaknesses of the Articles of Confederation? Well, Article 1 established a bicameral legislature. Article 2 established executive powers. Article 3 I guess I'll change it to match. Article 3 establishes judicial powers. Congress has the ability to levy taxes. Let's see here. There is a process for making changes to the Constitution in Article 5. What else? I mean, basically everything. Basically, the Constitution as a whole fixed all the things that sucked about the Articles of Confederation. These are just a couple of them. There are more, for sure. Also included this idea of federalism. That's important. Article 4. We'll say Article 4. Oh, speaking of consistency between states, no common currency. Yeah, that's a big one. And we will address that here. Yeah, that's a big deal. This is just off the top of the dome. I'm sure I'm probably missing something, but I feel like if you have this in your brain folds, you'll be fine. What were the strengths of the Articles of Confederation, and how did they influence the creation of the United States Constitution? There weren't many. There weren't many strengths of the Articles of Confederation, but there were some. It did include the framework for a national legislative branch. Even if, it was a unicameral legislature that didn't have a whole lot of power, at least it existed, right? It also advocated for limited government. Which is a principle that, still exists to some extent in the Constitution, though not nearly as much as, of course, it did in the Articles of Confederation. So, advocates for limited government, you know, which would be reflected in a Bill of Rights, would be added later to the Constitution. So, you know, it did kind of create the framework for that kind of stuff. Does that work? No? Can I do this? Okay, whatever. Okay. Sure. I can't think of many other good things about the Articles of Confederation. Kind of an Articles of Confederation hater a little bit. You know, having limited government, you know, weak central government was useful insofar as it made the, you know, fresh nation that, you know, just got out of tyrannical rulership under a king. You know, it appeased them, and we still see you know, ideas and concepts of limited government today. So I would include something like that. How were compromises made over issues like representation, slavery, and individual rights at the Constitutional Convention? Okay, so representation. Here we have, I'll just categorize them here. Representation. We get the Great Compromise. Bicameral legislature. We also get the 3/5 Compromise. Which is cool. Well, not really. Not so great. So there's kind of a couple competing visions of the 3/5 Compromise. One way you could look at it is that it is saying that a slave is 3/5 of a person, which is, you know, that is one way of saying it. But another way to look at it is that slave states only have 3/5 power. You know, they're limited in that capacity. So, you know, you could say that the slave states didn't get exactly what they wanted out of this particular compromise. So, you know, really kind of an unfortunate situation that we have to reflect on and look back on. But it was a part of it. It was a part of the Constitutional Convention. Slavery. Okay. I will also include the 3/5 Compromise here. And the Atlantic slave trade. Atlantic slave trade kind of had an expiration date put on it. How do I want to word that? We'll word it like this: allowed to persist for another 20 years, but would eventually be regulated or abolished. So there you go. No, ending the slave trade doesn't mean that slavery is gone. Of course, we wouldn't shed ourselves of that sin until the 1860s, but you know, at least it's a step in the right direction, right? Okay, 7 articles of the Constitution. Well, I'll just list them out. Yes, there's only 7. There's only 7 articles. This is our legislative branch. This is our executive. This is our judicial. This is our federalism, relationships between states. This is our amending the Constitution. This is national supremacy. And ratifying. And the way that I like to remember these, the first three have to do with the branches of government. We have talked a bunch about the branches of government. So this focuses on the national side of things. Then this focuses on the states and how these three branches of government relate to these things, the states. Then we get how do we change the Constitution? So now that we have our national government set up, now that we have our states' governments considered, how do we change it in the future? And oh yeah, the national government reigns supreme. And then obviously we don't use Article 7 anymore because, believe it or not, the Constitution was ratified already. So we don't really need that. Principles of the Constitution. What are the principles of popular sovereignty, limited governments, due process, separation of powers? Whew. Okay, we've got an extensive list here. Power to the people. The people have a say in, not just a say, the people have control over their systems of government. Limited government. The government does not have absolute authority over the people. People have a say. Due process. An individual cannot have their life, liberty, and their property taken away from them without a trial by jury. Life, liberty, property cannot be taken away without a trial by a jury of peers. Boom. Okay, separation of powers, legislative, executive, and judicial powers are separated out into different government institutions. Okay, checks and balances. We have each branch of government is able to limit the powers of the other branches of government. Boom. Got it. Okay, how did Federalists and Anti-Federalists debate the ratification of the Constitution? Okay. Advocated for the ratification of the Constitution, published the Federalist Papers to convince the states that the Constitution should be the new law of the land. We will talk a little bit more about power of a strong central government. Wanted the central government to be more powerful than than the central government under the Articles of Confederation. Remember, it was Shays' Rebellion that highlighted the weaknesses of Shays' Rebellion. Shays' Rebellion, yes. Shays' Rebellion highlighted the weaknesses of Shays' Rebellion. No. Shays' Rebellion highlighted the weaknesses of the Articles of Confederation. So we were like, hey, we should come up with something maybe a little bit better. Because that's what we do. We always are improving. The Federalists advocated for limited government and were very skeptical of the amount of power being given to the central government in the Constitution. Sure. Published things like the Brutus papers and the Anti-Federalist papers. Published Anti-Federalist papers to convince the states that the Constitution was buns and shouldn't be adopted. That it was too powerful. So publish Anti-Federalist papers to convince the states that the Constitution should not be ratified. Why was the Bill of Rights added after the ratification of the Constitution? Federalists. Oh, that's another big thing that the Federalists worried about. Federalists or Anti-Federalists were also very concerned about the lack of a Bill of Rights that would protect the citizens from this more powerful government. We'll say increasingly, so I sound smart. Okay. Why was the Bill of Rights added after the ratification of the Constitution? Federalists promised to include a Bill of Rights if the Anti-Federalists would agree to ratify the Constitution. This was a concession made to the Anti-Federalists. They absolutely wanted the Bill of Rights to be added. Whew. What is the purpose of the Bill of Rights, and why are amendments to the U.S. Constitution important? The Bill of Rights is designed to protect the individual from the abuses of government. It is important to be able to amend the United States Constitution as new challenges face the nation as we grow over time. Sure, we'll take that as an answer. How do the Bill of Rights protect the individual and limit the government's power? So I just, this answer is designed to protect individual abuses from government. How does it do this? It highlights the rights of the individual that cannot be taken away by the government. We will add examples here, such as freedom of speech, religion, religion, press, petition, assembly, and more, taken away by the government. This list of rights limits the government's powers because it tells them what they cannot do. It's a limitation on their power. It's not adding more power to them. That was one of the concerns, actually, about the Bill of Rights, is if you enumerate or list out, all of the rights that we have, inevitably we are going to miss one or two things. So there are some anti-federalists who are like, even if we do add a Bill of Rights, who's to say that, that list, that bill is comprehensive of our rights? So that's why we have things like the Ninth Amendment that says, hey, there's probably stuff in here that we missed, but the government still can abuse its citizens. It still has to be a good government. It can't be going crazy. Okay, what are the specific amendments related to equality in people's rights, such as the 14th, 15th, 19th, and the 26th amendments? 14th Amendment. This is equal protection under the law and the Due Process Clause. Selective incorporation is also pretty important. It's kind of a key thing in the 14th Amendment. And we see the Due Process Clause. Okay. The 15th Amendment protects the race. Oh, yes. We get citizenship, birthright citizenship, in the 14th Amendment. Protects the right to vote, regardless of an individual's gender. This is where we get women's suffrage. The 26th Amendment lowers the voting age to 18. Cool. All right, I think I covered it. How do exclusive, reserved, and concurrent powers affect the relationship between federal and state governments? Okay, let's do it. Exclusive, reserved, concurrent. Exclusive, sometimes called expressed, powers list the so we get our federal government stuff and the exclusive stuff, the exclusive powers. The reserved powers reserve power to the states. Now, this is your 10th Amendment. There are some powers that are shared between the federal and state governments. Boom. Okay. What is dual federalism? So we have layer cake. We'll write it this way. Dual federalism. Marble cask. Okay. Dual federalism refers to the distinct powers of the state and federal government in which both the do not overlap in their roles. Let's see here, marble cake or cooperative in which they work together, kind of blending those powers together. So when you think about like a marble cake, they blend together as opposed to a layer cake where those layers are independent of one another. So in which both the state and federal government work together to achieve common goals. So dual federalism, again, layer cake. You have your state, or you have your federal and your state government. They are distinct. There is a clear layer between them. They don't like blend into each other. Whereas cooperative federalism, they work together, overlapping duties and responsibilities to achieve common things. How does the Supremacy Clause in Article 6 affect the power balance between federal and state governments? Okay. In cases where the federal and state governments conflict, the federal government will always take priority. National supremacy. This is our national supremacy clause. Okay, how did landmark cases like McCulloch v. Maryland and Gibbons v. Ogden shape federalism? Both McCulloch let's write this another way. Both McCulloch v. Maryland and Gibbons v. Ogden clarify the idea of national supremacy through the lens of interstate commerce. Sure. National supremacy, we will add more to this, over the state. Okay. Shoo. We still got a chunk left, team. We still got quite a bit left here. We're plowing through this here. How does the legislative branch create laws? What is the process for a bill to become a law? Okay, let's just list it. Let's just go through. The legislative branch is responsible for creating laws that reflect the will of the people, and our process is as follows. A bill is introduced. A the bill is sent to committee. The bill is amended and debated House or Senate. I'm going to just list the steps here, and then I'll talk through it here in a second. Okay. Okay, that's our 7 steps. The bill is introduced, so there can be an idea for a bill. This can come from a bill sponsor within Congress itself. You as a citizen can request a bill, or the president can promote a bill, an interest group can promote a bill. That all happens in this step up here. So this can be initiated by Congress itself. This can be initiated by a citizen. Well, the bill has to be introduced by the bill sponsor, but it can be requested by a citizen, right? The president, interest groups, all of these things could potentially have influence on what is introduced in the kind of beginning phase here. Then the bill is sent to a committee and then into a subcommittee. So into a subcommittee from here. And this is where, the bulk of the bills die, right? Most bills don't even survive committee work. This is where they are really nitpicked, refined, and put into their best form, where they would actually have a legitimate chance of being passed should they, move on to step 3, which is being voted on by the full floor. And even the full floor can, propose amendments, debate the bill, what should be included, what should not be included. And then if, the majority of the chamber gives it thumbs up, then it goes to the other chamber, where it then goes through the same, committee process again. Will likely be tabled or die. There's a very high likelihood of that happening. But if it survives, then it goes, to be debated and voted on by the other chamber. If that chamber happens to be the Senate, then there's a chance that it could die in that phase 2 if it just gets filibustered, right? The Senate is able to filibuster a bill, but if it survives that, then it goes on to a conference committee to make sure that both versions of the bill, both the House version and the Senate version of the bill, are the same. They have to be exactly the same in order for a president to look at it. So then it is sent to the president's desk, and he has one of 3 options. He can veto the bill, he can choose to do nothing, or he can sign the bill into law. If he chooses to do nothing and Congress is still in session, then that bill will become law. If he chooses to sit on it, leave it on his desk for 10 days, and Congress is not in session, then it will be automatically vetoed and it will not be sent back to Congress. So it is impossible to override a pocket veto. That is kind of why presidents do this. It is a strategy to prevent it from going back to Congress to potentially be voted on again. Or it could be signed into law, right? The president could say, hey, this looks great. Signature, bada bing, bada boom, it becomes law. But if he does choose to veto that law, then it can be overridden if it has 2/3 support from both. I'll add this 2/3 support from both chambers of Congress. Remember, that is our House and our Senate. Okay, what roles do committees play in lawmaking? Committees are responsible for marking up a bill and have the most influence over what is and is not included in the bill. As far as oversight is concerned, there are oversight committees in both chambers of Congress that oversee the lawful behavior of government officials. Sure, we'll go with that. Can initiate what is the word I'm looking for? Impeachment trial. Good grief. Impeachment starts in the House and the trial is held in the Senate. Impeachment does not always result in a government official losing their job. This only happens if the Senate, if you get 60 senators say, yeah, boom, you're done. Sorry, not 60. The Senate requires a 2/3 vote to actually remove that government official. How does gerrymandering impact the legislative process? Gerrymandering is designed to give one party an advantage. In the redistricting of maps, redistricting of legislative districts, which results in more favorable um, outcomes for one party over another. Okay. Remember, we cannot gerrymander based on racial grounds, but gerrymandering is still subject to be shot down by the courts. You know, your state legislator will draw the map, will redistrict the map, but if there is excessive gerrymandering, then those maps can be, you know, the courts can throw up the X's and say, no, you have to redraw this map. Okay, what is the elastic clause? Ooh, fun. Let's get elastic here. The elastic clause, sometimes called the necessary and proper clause, grants Congress its implied powers. These are powers that are not expressly written in the Constitution, but are necessary and proper to carry out those expressed powers. For example, if you're going to say that you know, Congress can levy taxes, then it's implied that the federal government has some agency to collect those taxes, right? It has to have the IRS. Or if you're going to say Congress can regulate interstate commerce, it's tough to do that without having some kind of central bank. So that's where, you know, you get, you know, our first, you know, Bank of the United States, which is now, you know, kind of molded into the Federal Reserve. So again, there's nowhere in the Constitution where it says that Congress has the ability to make a bank, but a bank is necessary and proper for the expressed power of, you know, regulating interstate commerce. What is the role of the executive branch? Okay, we have a really easy one here. The executive branch enforces or carries out law. Okay. Presidential. The executive and legislative branches are independent of one another, and the citizens vote on the government officials in each of these branches. A presidential system has a president as the leader of the executive branch. Parliamentary. The legislative branch votes on the executive, meaning that the people only vote on the legislature, and then that legislature then votes on the executive. They are not, you know, independent of one another. The executive branch is essentially an extension of the legislative branch, and it has a parliamentary system has a prime minister as the leader of the executive branch. Boom. What are executive orders, pardons, executive appointments? Okay, executive orders. These are orders made by the president that orders made by the president that okay, so when we talk about an executive order, we are talking about essentially think of like the CEO of a business, making policy for his employees. Um, he's not making policy for the country. He's not making policy for everybody who buys his product. He's simply managing his own workers. That's essentially what the executive branch does with these executive orders. It is effectively managing the executive branch with the force of law, but this is not a law, ordering citizens to do something. This is managing the executive branch to do something, but sometimes it feels like law because of how big the executive branch has gotten over time. Pardons. This is the ability of the president to what am I trying to say? I'm trying to say pardon without pardon. It's essentially the ability of the president to pardon somebody convicted of a crime. What is the word I'm looking for? Forgive. Yeah, to forgive an individual who has been convicted of a crime. Essentially removing the consequences of their punishment. Okay, executive appointments. The president can appoint members of his cabinet, federal agencies, and judges in the federal courts. These appointments must be approved by Congress, particularly the Senate, right? Okay, here we have the roles of the president. Okay, so we've got a bunch of them. We've got chief executive. We've got chief legislature. Legislative leader is the term I'm looking for. Party leader, chief diplomat, we've got chief of state or head of state. We'll do head of state. Commander in chief. I feel like I'm missing one. Economic planner. Yep. Okay, he oversees the executive branch, kind of as the CEO, the legislative leader, influences law through veto, and the presidential agenda. You have your SAP, your Statement of Administrative Policy. President does or does not support this bill. So if it hits my desk, I'm gonna veto it. Party leader: the president advocates for the members of their party. We'll do members of the political party they are associated with. Chief diplomat. The president is responsible for managing relationships with foreign leaders. Okay, head of state. The president is the ceremonial leader of the country. They're like the figurehead of the country. The president is the president leads the military and troops during times of conflict and domestic trouble. The president oversees the economic health of the country. Let's see here. We'll make these consistent with each other. Okay, got a bunch of things here. White House staff, the cabinet, independent agencies, regulatory commissions, government corporations. White House staff. These are the president's inner circle. This is like your national security advisor, your press secretary, your White House counsel, this kind of stuff. They advise the president, but they do not have to go through an appointment process. They do not have to be approved by the Senate. The cabinet, however, does need approval from the Senate to go through that appointment process. Appointed to be an advisory board, and the heads of executive departments. I cannot spell. Okay. Their appointment is, in fact, approved by the Senate. Then we have independent agencies. These are agencies within the federal bureaucracy that act independent of the president, but are still appointed to act independently and what am I doing here? Autonomy, but are still appointed and by the president. Your regulatory commissions regulate regulate economic policy and they regulate economic policy and oversee various industries. Are managed by the executive branch and provide goods and services to the American people. Okay, so you've got your White House staff, it's a very small kind of bureaucratic triangle here, kind of going down. There's not a whole lot of people within the White House staff, just a handful of them. They do advise the president on his day-to-day administrative tasks, but do not have the same responsibilities as the cabinet, which is an advisory board for each of those heads of those 15 departments. Independent agencies, acting more independently of the president. They're still responsible to the president, but they have a lot more autonomy in what they're able to do. They are, appointed by the president, confirmed by the Senate, much like the cabinet is. Your regulatory commissions, they regulate these federal agencies. They regulate the economy. Think like FDIC and the Fed, those kinds of things. The EPA, right? They are regulating these different industries. You have government corporations like the U.S. Postal Service. You have Amtrak. These are actual real government, these are actual businesses that are created by the government to create some kind of good or service for the American people. Delivering mail, establishing the railroad tracks for the people to use. Okay, main purpose of the judicial branch: to interpret law. Boom. Judicial review. Judicial review, the ability of the courts to declare acts of the government, to declare acts of the executive and laws from the legislative unconstitutional. Kind of in that system of checks and balances. Marbury versus Madison. Marbury versus Madison set the precedent for judicial review. Boom. Quick and easy. What is the structure of the federal judicial system, and what is the jurisdiction of the Supreme Court, Circuit Court of Appeals, and District Courts? Okay, we've got another triangle here because we love our triangles in government. You've got your Supreme Court on top. Over the jurisdiction, has jurisdiction over the entire United States, has both original and appellate jurisdiction, meaning that cases can start in the Supreme Court and can be appealed to the Supreme Court. Usually deals with major constitutional questions. So the next court down from the Supreme Court is the appellate courts, or courts of appeals. Sometimes these are called circuit courts. I don't like calling them circuit courts because it gets really confusing whenever you talk about Missouri's circuits, which is like the next rung down. Like if you were to mirror this over onto the state side, the circuit courts are actually kind of mirror more closely to the district courts. I don't like calling them circuit courts. I will usually always refer to them as courts of appeals. They have appellate jurisdiction. Meaning they can hear, not hear, they can, reverse rulings from lower courts or initiate a new trial. There is no jury trial in an appellate court. Rather, decisions are made by a panel of judges. So, you don't have your jury trial here. That is reserved for the district courts. Man, I've done a different notation for each of these. I'm going to clean that up. District courts, these are the lowest courts within the federal judiciary. And have original jurisdiction. They hear both criminal and civil cases in a jury trial. This is where you get, your 6th and 7th or 5th Amendment. When you think of your classic, courtroom drama, that's happening here in the district court's the lowest court. But I'll keep it there, just to keep it simple. Checks and balances. How do the three branches of government check each other's powers through the system of checks and balances? Whew. Yeah, it's a big question there. A lot to unpack. We will do it this way. Appointment confirmations. I'll give just at least one example for each. There's multiple things, but I'll try to keep this concise. Checks judicial through, also through appointment confirmations. I will rephrase this one. Checks the executive through impeachment of government officials. Here you go. That's a different one. Okay, your executive branch checks the legislative through veto power, checks the judicial branch by appointing justices and judges. It checks the legislative by declaring laws unconstitutional. Checks the executive by declaring acts of the executive bureaucracy unconstitutional. Boom. Okay. Done. How does a veto, impeachment, and judicial review? Okay. All right. Specific examples here. So veto, impeachment, judicial review. Veto. This is a executive check on the legislative. Legislative. Judicial and executive. Judicial check on both the executive and legislative. Okay, boom. It's like that. It's like that meme from The Office where they're all pointing finger guns at each other, waiting for each other to back down, kind of a thing. Whew. Okay, how do judicial appointments of the Senate, or judicial appointments and Senate approval check the power of the executive and the judicial branch? This gives the legislative branch an opportunity to conduct a of the merit of the appointed officials to that office, allowing for the legislative branch to check the others. Okay. So all of this stuff kind of encompasses the same stuff. I gave examples here. If it asks you to give example, if your EOC asks you to give examples of checks and balances, make sure you've got two per. How does the legislative check executive judicial? How does executive check legislative judicial? How does judicial check legislative executive? You need to know, at least have an example ready to go for each of these things. Okay, we're almost through. We are almost through our vocab here. Once we get through the vocab, we're going to start flying through this thing. It'll be crazy. It'll be crazy fast. How has judicial expansion through precedent and the power of judicial review affected government power? Judicial review has expanded the power of the courts, but has limited the ability of the other branches of government to act outside of the boundaries of the Constitution. Remember, it is the judicial branch that says, no, you can't do things that are unconstitutional. And Alexander Hamilton in Federalist 78 says that this is not the judicial branch gaining more power than the other branches combined, but it is simply making sure that all three branches are subservient to the will of the people. So that is kind of the argument that is being made there. Okay, judicial activism versus judicial restraint. Judicial activism. Judicial activism, the judges or justices of the courts take a case in which they know they can make some kind of social change or some kind of policy change based on the ruling of that case. So there's some kind of activist change that's happening that goes beyond just the mere interpretation of law. There are some people that argue that the courts should not be able to do this because it is simply their responsibility to interpret law and to stay within the boundaries of law. But there have been some courts like the Warren Court in the 1960s and 70s and stuff that we see a lot of changes in judicial activism, and particularly when it comes to like the civil rights movement. So the courts are actively seeking to create policy or social change through their ruling of a particular case. So, for example, like Brown v. Board of Education overturns, this idea of separate but equal. Plessy versus Ferguson was Brown v. Board of Education within the limitations of the law. You could argue that, but it was way more impactful as essentially the catalyst for social change, more so than it was like a mere interpretation of law. So good example of judicial activism there. Okay, and then we have judicial restraint. The courts are reserving, are staying within the boundaries of law and are not trying to create new policy based on their interpretation of the law. So they're not trying to violate the spirit of the law. Through their interpretation of the letter of the law, they are trying to keep the spirit of that law intact, simply by staying within the boundaries of the law. They're not trying to create any kind of social change, any kind of policy change when it comes to judicial restraint. What historical events contributed to the growth of government bureaucracy? There are a ton. And there's a bunch that you can list here. I will list a couple, and I'll talk about it here in just a second. So we've got Washington's cabinet, the start of it all, right? We have Jackson's cabinet and the spoils system. We have things like the Pendleton Act and the merit system that kind of overturns that spoils system. You have you have Woodrow Wilson, New Freedom, and his commentary on bureaucracy. So we'll do the study of bureaucracy. You've got the big guy, FDR, and the New Deal. You've got LBJ and the Great Society. Those are like the really big ones. You could also include things like Obama and Obamacare. This is officially known as the Affordable Care Act. All of these different things have changed how effectively we see the role of government. So whereas, with Washington's cabinet, very limited role of what the executive is able to do, and as we add new government agencies, as we add new departments, as we add new bureaus within the executive branch, it has kind of grown and sprawled into this, really, really big part of government. And there are some people who even argue that government bureaucracy has extended into its fourth branch of government. I don't go as far as to say that bureaucracy itself is a fourth branch of government, mainly because I don't want to confuse you government students. The bureaucracy is within the executive branch, but there are some people who say that it's kind of turned into its own monster, beyond the executive branch. Okay. Okay, what role did the 14th Amendment and selective incorporation play in the nationalization of the Bill of Rights? The selective incorporation doctrine extends some rights in the Bill of Rights to these states. I'm just going to leave it at that. I don't want to get too crazy. How have landmark cases like Roe v. Wade, Plessy v. Ferguson, Brown v. Board of Education shaped civil rights in America? These cases are evidence that the Supreme Court's interpretation of law can advance social movements. And I'm just going to leave it at that. Of course, you will want to know what all of these cases are and what they achieved. This idea that, Roe v. Wade kind of uses, it uses this idea of, that's my neighbor stomping around upstairs. That Roe v. Wade uses this idea of a right to privacy. That's the justification they use to permit things like abortion, which has since been overturned by Dobbs v. Jackson. But Plessy versus Ferguson, separate but equal, and then overturned by Brown v. Board of Education, showing that the Supreme Court, though its role is to merely interpret law, can use its influence and interpretation to advance social movements. So just be cognizant of that. Okay, political parties and interest groups. How do political parties and interest groups serve as linkage institutions? Okay. Connects the people with the government. So if we look at how political parties achieve this, promotes candidates that the people can vote on to fill government offices. interest groups allow for citizens to advocate for specific policies that they are interested in promoting at a government level. There you go. So linkage institution is something that links the government with the people. So how do political parties and interest groups achieve this? Well, political parties promote candidates for us to vote for. Interest groups allow us to actively participate in specific policies that we want to see the government adapt and change over time. What are the different types of party systems? Single, two-party, multi-party. All right, let's get it. Single party, two-party, multi-party. Okay, so we, with the single party system, there is only one viable political party to choose from in an election, and other parties do not have a legitimate chance at winning the election. There are two viable political parties to choose from in an election, and third parties do not have a legitimate chance at winning the election. Okay, multi-party. There are more than two political parties that have a legitimate chance at winning an election. There you go. So when you think single party, stuff like, China's Communist Party, they're always going to win. You've got places in, Northern Africa that have always had the same political parties, and they will continue to always have the same political parties. There's places like Russia, right? Vladimir Putin is going to win all the time because there's only one viable option. There's only one choice that has any clear, legitimate chance at winning. The United States is classified as a two-party system, even though, yes, we do have more than two parties in our government. That does not necessarily mean that more than two parties ever have a chance at winning. We have, Republicans and Democrats, and they are the only ones that really have any legitimate chance of winning significant major elections. And multi-party systems, these are like your European kind of parliamentary style governments where there are multiple parties, there are more than two, and all of them are kind of fighting for control over, winning those kinds of elections. How do political parties impact the operation of government, and what are the pros and cons of political parties in decision making? Okay. Political parties are responsible for advocating for candidates that best represent the values of their party members. The pros, I don't know, I capitalized that. The pros of political parties are that they offer voters a consistent choice in multiple areas of government. And they are responsible for maintaining quality candidates, in theory. Sometimes we don't always get that. The cons of political parties are the limitations on the amount of choices that a citizen has in an election. There you go. How does gerrymandering affect a political party's influence? We have discussed gerrymandering a little bit already, and I think my answer for that question was kind of partially there. So I'm going to take parts of this answer and kind of reshape it for this question here. So gerrymandering is designed to give one political party an advantage in redistricting of legislative districts, which can result in political parties having consistent influence in various parts of the country. If you have the same legislative district being redrawn in all kinds of ways to always favor one political party, you could see consistency there. So, yeah, there you go. How do interest groups influence political decisions and public policy? Through lobbying. That's the big thing that you need to know. Interest groups are able to lobby Congress and that role that they play in the Iron Triangle, where they can help out a bureaucracy by lobbying on their behalf to get that bureaucracy more funds to then ultimately help that interest group. But I'm just going to leave it at lobbying for now because I think that's the most concise way to put it. Interested in. There you go. Okay, campaign financing. What is the difference between PACs and super PACs? Okay, PACs are limited in the amount of money they can receive, but they can donate directly to a political candidate. Super PACs have no limit to the amount of money they can receive, but they cannot donate directly to the candidates or political parties they support. They must do their own advertising. And they're not really supposed to coordinate with political candidates, but sometimes that rule gets broken. Sometimes that rule does get broken. The Federal Election Commission, there's only so much that they can regulate and oversee. They're supposed to, pump the brakes on that kind of stuff, but some stuff does slip through the cracks a little bit. So just being honest there. How does the Citizens United versus Federal Election Commission case impact campaign financing? It creates super PACs. Super PAC. Yeah, that's the main outcome there that you need to be aware of. What are the differences between civic duties and civic responsibilities? Okay, so civic duties. things you must do as a U.S. citizen. Civic response. Things. So I'll write it this way: civic engagement that is encouraged, but is not necessary to. But it's not imposed. It's not necessary. How do citizens participate in government? Primarily through voting, right? Writing to their elected officials, donating to a PAC. You can join an interest group. You could run for office, right? So lots of ways for citizens to engage in government. And I believe there was a typo on this question. I'm sure you are very confused when you're looking at question 3 on this particular piece, because I think it said, what are the civic responsibilities required by law? There are none, because civic responsibilities are not necessary. It's civic engagement that is encouraged. So this question should be, what are the civic duties required by law? And some of those things include paying taxes, following the law, attending school. Right, you got to do it. Just a couple things. I'll leave it there. How did the landmark Supreme Court cases like Marbury versus Madison, McCulloch versus Maryland, and Gibbs versus Ogden shape American law? Okay. I'm just going to break them down by each because they all do different stuff. Okay. Marbury versus Madison. Judicial review. That's the only thing that I'm going to ask you to remember about this. I don't care if you know about the nuances of this case, John Adams and, the Midnight Justices and all that stuff. If you're interested in the nuances of Marbury versus Madison, feel free to talk to me about it in class. We can go over it together. It is a very legally complex case in which John Marshall pulls all kinds of crazy legal stunts to get judicial review to be a thing. Again, if you want me to go over that with you, I'd be more than happy to do that. I'm not going to unpack that in this video because it would just take too long. McCulloch versus Maryland, this gives us, as far as law is concerned, this gives us national supremacy. So, we also get implied powers here, but that's not really what the question's asking. The question's asking for how did it shape American law, and I would say reinforcing national supremacy, same thing here. Yep. National supremacy in both of these cases, whether it's a steamboat in interstate commerce or whether it's a bank, a state bank versus a federal bank. Both cases have to do with national supremacy. So that's what I would put there. Okay, Dred Scott versus Sanford, Brown versus Board of Education, Miranda versus Arizona. Yeah, they all kind of had their own role in this. So Dred Scott versus Sanford limited the citizenship status of African Americans. Really unfortunate Supreme Court case. Overturned the separate but, oops. Separate but equal doctrine upheld in Plessy Ferguson. In schools. Of course, separate but equal would exist in other spaces, and it would be a long legal battle to get rid of that in other areas, but Brown v. Board of Education was a milestone in initiating that process. Miranda versus Arizona, granting citizens their Miranda rights or your ability to be informed of your rights during an arrest or interrogation. Sure. Yeah, we'll go with that. Okay. Whew. We made it through a huge chunk here. We are a little under 3 hours in, so we are going to keep plugging away. We're going to do this whole packet in one sitting because I'm insane. Okay. Categorize the following types of government as either democratic or authoritarian. Okay. Absolute monarchy, 100%. Authoritarian. Totalitarian. Theocracy. Democratic. You have your republic. Direct democracy, sometimes called a pure democracy. You've got, I'll put my parliamentary stuff over here. Our constitutional monarchy. And maybe if, Mr. Griffith, editing Mr. Griffith, throws the chart up on the board or on the screen, you can see why these fit into the different categories that they fit into. I have already talked about what all these things are previously in this video. So if you want to go back to learn about these things, that's on page 1. So yeah, I'm not going to rehash them here. Yeah, and oligarchy goes here. Okay, citizen participation. And so this is democratic versus authoritarian. I'm going to keep this real simple. Citizens can participate. In government decisions. Citizens cannot participate in government decisions. Womp womp. Minority rule with majority rights. Well, this really only applies to the democratic vein here. In a democratic society, in a pure democratic society, the majority will rule tyrannically over the minority. Change that to may. We will change that to may. Authoritarian. Government interests are put before either majority or minor opinion. Changing decision makers. Democratic. In a democratic society, people have the authority to change their government leaders. Hooray! In an authoritarian government, people do not have the authority to change their government leaders. It's tough. It's tough for those guys. All right. Match each economic system with the correct example in the space provided. Country A's government allows farmers to set prices for their produce and to decide how much to pay for labor without regulation or control. Okay, so our keywords here, the giveaway is without regulation or control. Anything that emphasizes this idea of the government is hands off on the economy, this is going to be laissez-faire. Okay. In country B, the government sets the prices for all the produce that is sold in the country's shops and stores. Okay, this is going to be a command economy. Why? Because the government is setting all of the prices. We'll make this the same color yellow. Okay, prices for produce in country C are based on supply and demand. Okay, that's a really big clue. Privately owned companies sell produce at a high price when the demand for them is high. When the demand is low, the prices fall. That is going to be a key characteristic of your market economy. Market economy always fluctuates by supply and demand. In country D, the government sets some business regulations such as minimum wage for workers. This country has both private and public companies that control growing and selling produce. This is going to be a mixed economy, because it is combining elements of both the command economy and the market economy. So it's kind of the idea there. Moving on. Okay, free market. Well, let's just go down the line here. So Karl Marx writes the Communist Manifesto, 1848. Adam Smith writes The Wealth of Nations, 1776. For very different systems of government. We have government-centered. Free markets, obviously, is going to go in free market. We have laissez-faire. This is supply and demand. This is private ownership. This is public ownership. Here we have competition. Okay, equality is an interesting thing to put here. I'm going to put it under communism. However, I do want you to be aware that equality of opportunity is most frequently associated with free markets as opposed to communism. Equality of outcome, where everyone has the same in the end, that is communism. But everybody having an equal opportunity to participate in the market, that is associated more closely with the free market. So just be mindful of that. Capitalism, or communism, obviously is going to fall under communism. And capitalism is going to go here. Okay, nice. Okay, read the quotations from an address by President Ronald Reagan. Now, as you can see here, I've got my my little eagle. I don't have any way of like marking up this PNG. this little picture that's embedded in the document. So I'm going to use this eagle to mark the correct answer here, because the eagle's cool and he's got an American flag and it's pretty awesome. So he's been hanging out in the corner just waiting for his opportunity, and now he's finally getting it 3 hours in. So I'm going to use him to mark the correct answer on these questions. We in government should learn to look at our country with the eyes of the entrepreneur, seeing possibilities where others only see problems. That way, instead of the unemployed, we'd see a resource of potential workers waiting to add their labors, their ingenuity, their creativity to an expanding marketplace. And instead of ghettos, we'd see potential, enterprise zones where increased incentive to work and invest could produce a renaissance of business activity and community involvement. That is definitely advocating for market. I would answer market here. If you answer market, great. But the kind of the key detail here is they're creative to an expanding marketplace. That middle piece, I don't think you can see my cursor, but their creativity to an expanding marketplace, I would say that definitely goes hand in hand with the idea of a market economy. Part B, use one piece of information from the quotation as evidence to support your answer in Part A. Still, one thing more, fellow citizens, a wise and frugal government shall leave themselves otherwise free to regulate their own pursuits of industry and improvement, and shall not take from the mouth of labor the bread it has earned. This is the sum of good government, and this is necessary to close the circle of our felicities. This is Thomas Jefferson, and he is talking about the ability of people to create their own happiness and prosperity. Boop. A. I would put that on A. It doesn't explain the idea that people will be paid with bread. I mean, it says that they will earn bread, but that's not what he's talking about. That's a vast oversimplification of what he's getting at. The main idea that he's getting at here is that people can improve their situation through, a market economy where the government plays a limited role in the development of that economy. Explains the idea that people who work in certain industries will be expected to pay high taxes. Nope, that is not what Thomas Jefferson believes. It explains the idea that people can choose to work in any industry, but the role of their government is to pay them for their work. Again, no, the government does not influence the economy in the eyes of Thomas Jefferson. I would put A. I would put A for this particular answer. So we will let him fly back over here. Okay. Identify the opportunity cost in each of the following scenarios. Tanya had a hard time deciding between the Big Burger and the Crispy Chicken sandwiches. Her two favorites. She chooses the chicken because she more recently had a burger. What was the opportunity cost? The burger. The burger is the opportunity cost. City was building a new park. There was only enough money in the budget to include new tennis courts, a waiting pool, a music stage, or a parking lot. The public hearing, many of the people wanted the parking lot, but the city council voted the music stage after narrowing the choices down to a music stage or the parking lot. What was the opportunity cost? It was the parking lot. When we talk about opportunity cost, we were talking about the cost of the next best option. In this case, it was the parking lot. All right. Match the Enlightenment thinker with the appropriate theory or idea. Separation of powers. Montesquieu. A. Popular sovereignty. Rousseau. State of nature, that can go everywhere, basically. That goes Hobbes, that goes Locke, that goes Rousseau. I would put that in a lot of places. Social contract, I would probably associate that more with Rousseau than Hobbes and Locke, but you could maybe throw that here. But I would probably throw social contract with Rousseau because he was the guy who kind of explored that concept in a lot more depth than the other guys did. Life, liberty, property, that is going to be John Locke. Yeppers, I like that. Yeah, we'll stick with that. The only way whereby anyone divests himself of his natural liberty and puts on the bonds of civil society is by agreeing with other men to join and unite in a community for their comfortable, safe, and peaceable living amongst one another in a secure enjoyment of their properties and greater security against any that are not of it. A student is reading John Locke's Two Treatises of Government for a paper she is writing. The student is most likely writing her paper about different social contracts around the world, the strength of a large central government, the expansion of suffrage in the United States, the use of civil disobedience in achieving equality. When we are talking about a community joining together for comfort and safety and peacefulness, we are talking about the social contract theory. As I mentioned in the previous question, John Locke did explore the ideas of the social contract. Lots of those Enlightenment thinkers, like Enlightenment political thinkers, explored the idea of the social contract. And John Locke did do that, and this would be a good excerpt to use for such a topic. Go back. Okay. All right. Let's see here. All legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in the Congress. The executive power shall be vested in the President. The judicial power shall be vested in the Supreme Court. Montesquieu. Is that right? Did I get it? Oh, too many vowels at the end of that. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable name. The French are insane. They are crazy for that. Okay. This is Montesquieu. Boom, boom, boom. 3 branches of government: executive, legislative, judicial, separation of powers. 100% going to be Montesquieu here. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, pursuit of happiness. Bada bing, bada boom. It's going to be Jonathan Locke for the boys. Locking it in here. Okay. When we talk about life, liberty, pursuit of happiness, life, liberty, property, natural rights, always going to be John Locke. Always, always, always. This Constitution is really in its formation a government of the people, that is to say, a government in which all power is derived from and at stated period reverts to them, and that in its operation is purely a government of laws made and executed by the fair substitutes of the people alone. Rousseau. There we go. Is that it? Rousseau? Yeah, sure. General will, popular sovereignty. Looking at Rousseau here. That's who I would say. Okay. Which ideas expressed in the excerpt are addressed in the United States Constitution? No free man shall be seized or imprisoned or stripped of his rights or possession or outlawed or exiled. Wait, hold on. This is from the Magna Carta. Okay, let's rewind here. So we got an excerpt from the Magna Carta, and we're comparing it to the Constitution. So no free man shall be seized or imprisoned or stripped of his rights or possessions or outlawed or exiled or deprived of his standing in any way, nor will we proceed with force against him or send others to do so except by the lawful judgment of his equals or by the law of the land. Okay, so we're definitely getting due process here, without a doubt. Due process, anytime you see lawful judgment of his peers, lawful judgment of his equals, trial by jury, it's always going to be due process. Always, always, always. And then we also get the idea that the government cannot take these things away from this individual. So we also see D, limited government. So both C and D would be good answers here for this particular question. Love it. So yeah, C and D, what we're looking for here. We'll move our eagle back to the corner. Match the following quotes from the Magna Carta Petition of Right and English Bill of Rights with the amendment from the Bill of Rights it influenced. Okay, let's get her done. Let's do it. By this, our present charter confirmed for us and our heirs forever that the English Church shall be free. We can stop reading there. Let's not confuse ourselves. We don't even have to advance forward in this particular quote because when you talk about a church being free, you're talking about religious freedom. That is the First Amendment. That is the First Amendment. Boom. Earls and barons shall not be immersed except through their peers, and only in accordance with the degree of the defense or of the offense. In other words, they cannot be. There's not going to be excessive punishment. I would say that aligns pretty well with the Eighth Amendment. Not cruel or unusual punishment, not excessive bail. We also see some due process elements here. So if you're just going based on the first part, so not be immersed except through their peers, you could make the argument that the Fifth Amendment is a little bit at play here. If this was an EOC question, I seriously doubt they would have both answers available to you. But I would probably go with the Eighth Amendment because of the back half here, and only in accordance with the degree of the offense. That is punishment fits the crime. That is Eighth Amendment all the way. No freeman shall be taken or imprisoned or deceased or exiled in any way destroyed except by the lawful judgment of his peers. That is going to be the due process clause of the Fifth Amendment. That most closely associates to Chapter 39 of the Magna Carta here. So we're taking the amendments and we are putting them with their influence on from these historical documents. Now I'll bold these here so you can see these a little bit more easily. Okay, Petition of Rights. Soldiers and mariners and been dispersed into divers counties of the realm. The inhabitants, against their wills, have been compelled to receive them in their houses. Compelled to receive them in their houses. They are being quartered. They are being quartered. That would be a violation of the Third Amendment. It's true. We can't do that anymore. May have arms for their defense suitable for their condition as allowed by law. When we are talking about arms, we're talking about guns. We are talking about weapons, right? And I also happen to have 2 arms, so I'm going to say this is the Second Amendment. Okay, freedom of speech and debates or proceedings in Parliament ought not to be impeached or questioned. Freedom of speech, you say? Freedom of speech? Freedom of speech? It's First Amendment team. We know that. Yeah, 100%. Excessive bail? Excessive bail is straight out of the Eighth Amendment. We don't even have to read anymore. We don't even have to read anymore. Let's not make this more difficult than it needs to be. Okay, how does this photograph best explain the need for salutary neglect? We can see that there is a red line, and that red line is going a very, very far distance over the Atlantic Ocean. And for that purpose, it is very difficult for the the British Crown to be able to, manage effectively their colonial holdings in the New World. So that distance is what this image is really getting at. So if we were to answer this as an EOC question, we would first want to restate the question as a statement. So this photograph best explains the need for salutary neglect. Then we're going to make our answer, our main thesis, our main idea here. So this best photograph best explains the need for salutary neglect, highlighting the vast distance between England and her colonies in the Americas. Salutary neglect, and we'll talk a little bit about what salutary neglect is. Salutary neglect was a policy of the English Crown to loosely enforce parliamentary law and allowed the American colonies to govern themselves as they pleased. The distance, and if we can use like evidence pieces from the stem, that's also really good. The distance of 4,010 miles from England to Charleston would have been difficult to manage in the in the 18th century and the 17th century, because you have to sail a boat. Would have been difficult to manage by sea. Would have made, let's say it this way, would have made managing law difficult to oversee by sea. Yeah, I feel like that's a sufficient response. Okay, here we have the Mayflower Compact, and I've read this to you in class before, so I will not read it again. Which idea is best illustrated in this quote from the Mayflower Compact? When you see Mayflower Compact, you can save yourself the trouble because you can just know social contract. Social contract. Always. Always, always, always. It is one of the best examples of social contract that we see in really all of world history. There's really not a whole lot of examples better than this, of a group of 100 people literally signing a document, signing a contract to be lawful among one another, even when they're far away from their, motherland, far away from the crown. So, yeah, social contract, 100%. Okay, Virginia House of Burgesses is an example of representative democracy. Sure. Representative. While the New England town hall meetings better illustrate the idea of direct democracy. Very good, very good. Place the following events in order on a timeline in the space below. Okay, let's order these bad boys here. So we are going to get the first in line is going to be the Magna Carta. Magna Carta in 1215. Then I'm going to bold this to show that I have completed it. Then we get the, let's see here, we get the Virginia House of Burgesses. Not Burgesses, nope, Burgesses in 1619. Then we are going to get the Mayflower Compact a year later in 1620. And then right around this time, we are also going to get the Petition of Right in 1628. And then we are going to get the, so we've done, Mayflower Compact, Petition of Right, and then the English Bill of Rights, I believe is 1689. Yes. And there it is. That's our timeline. Okay. My countrymen. Before I leave America, the land I love, and which is contained everything that is valuable and dear to me, my wife, my children, my friends, and property, permit me to make a short and faithful declaration, which I am induced to do neither through fear nor a consciousness of having acted wrong. All I have done, written, or said in relation to the present unnatural dispute between Great Britain and her colonies proceeded from an honest intention of serving my country, her welfare and prosperity, were the objects towards which all my endeavors have been directed. I leave America in every endearing connection because I will not raise my hand against my sovereign, nor will I draw my sword against my country when I can conscientiously draw it in her favor. My life shall be cheerfully devoted to her service. So here we get Isaac Wilkins' couple things about this particular passage that gives us a clear giveaway of a couple immediate incorrect answers. Is the date 1775. Federalists and Anti-Federalists did not exist in 1775. In fact, they would wait much later until the Constitutional Convention to exist. So we don't get Federalist, Anti-Federalist quite yet, which boils down our choices to Patriot and Loyalist, and there is a pretty clear spot in this passage that gives us a really serious clue as to what the correct answer is here. I leave America in every enduring connection because I will not raise my hand against my sovereign. Who is his sovereign at this time? It is the King of England. He will not betray the king, so this is going to be, B, Loyalist. Loyalist is what the eagle is on right here. That is what we're looking for, using all parts of the stem to help us out there. What would the best title for the timeline be? I would say this would be The Pursuit of Self-Rule. You get your House of Burgesses. This is self-rule as far as legislatures are concerned in the colonies. Then your, social contract happening, Plymouth Rock, 1620, development of an independent English colony. Then the Quartering Acts. We don't like this. Then we get our Boston Tea Party. Then we get our Intolerable Acts, which are even worse. And now we're really progressing to all of the terrible things, leading to eventually the Articles of Confederation. It is kind of interesting that the Declaration of Independence is not included here. That would be important, I would say, on this timeline, but it is oddly omitted, 1776. Yeah, I would definitely say this is the colonial pursuit of that back there, that big old flag. Colonial self-rule. We don't want to be a part of the English crown anymore. I would say A is the answer. Okay, we've got our Declaration of Independence here. I am not going to read all of this to you, but I will talk a little bit about what you're looking for as far as the following are concerned: equality, consent of the governed, social contract, natural rights, rule of law, right to revolution, popular sovereignty. Okay, equality. There's one clear place that I can think of in the opening remarks of the Declaration of Independence. Kind of here at the beginning, the separate and equal station to which laws of nature's gods entitle them, or nature's God entitle them. So here we have equality being mentioned. And then we have, of course, the famous line here. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. I would include that for equality. Consent of the governed. I mean, there's literally a line in the Declaration of Independence that talks about consent of the governed, right here. I would highlight that. It would be a good thing to do. Social contract. We see that right here, it is the right of the people to alter, or excuse me, I'll go up a little bit, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, nope, a little bit above that, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men. That's the quote I was looking for. Instituted among men. That is our best highlight of the social contract here. Natural rights. I mean, he literally talks about, Jefferson talks about unalienable rights here, life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, laws of nature, and nature's God entitled them. Both of those would be great places to talk about natural rights. The rule of law. Okay, so the king needs to essentially not be terrible. So this bottom part down here, the history of the present king of Great Britain is a history of repeated injuries and usurpations, all having in direct object the establishment of an absolute tyranny over the states, violating the rule of law. That's what I would point to. Right to revolution, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or abolish it. This part right here, I would highlight for that particular idea. And popular sovereignty, again, I would like double highlight governments instituted among men as popular sovereignty here. That is one place for it, and there are other places as well, but that would be one of the places I immediately think of. Okay. We are plugging along. We are making it through. Okay. We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal. This is going to be Rousseau. He was really focused on popular sovereignty. He was focused on equality of man, general will. I would put Rousseau on this line. They are endowed by their creator with unalienable rights. Locke. Definitely Locke. Governments instituted among men. Consent of the governed. Locke. I would do Locke again. Whenever any form of government becomes destructive to these ends. Okay. Here we have right to revolution. Believe it or not, I would say John Locke. But when a long train of abuses and usurpations, it is the right of the people to throw off such a government. Right to revolution. Locke. I know it sounds crazy to do Locke for like the past 4 of these answers, but it's just true. And to provide new guards for their future security. I would also probably say Locke here. Talking about, the government. Its purpose is designed to protect the security of your natural rights. John Locke. I would literally say Locke for all of them except for the first one. So if that's what you had, you are thinking like me. Which may or may not be a good thing. I don't know. but I feel pretty good about those answers up there. Select the statement that best illustrates the economic weakness. So Article 9 of the Articles of Confederation states the United States and Congress assembled shall also have the sole and exclusive right and power of regulating the alloy and value of coin struck. Okay, that seems like a good thing, by their own authority or by that of the respective states, while Congress had the right to regulate all forms of American currency. That's not so bad. The articles failed to call for a singular form of currency. This meant that the national government could print money. Great. But each state could print money as well. Consequently, America had no uniform system of currency. Womp womp. That's the kicker right there. That's the thing that is not good. I would pick that answer. I would pick that one right there. Hopefully you agree. Okay, nor shall any alteration at any time hereafter be made in any of them unless such alteration be agreed to in a Congress of the United States and be afterwards confirmed by legislatures of every state. I would say, based on the quotation, which weakness of the Articles of Confederation described, it's not saying anything about the ability to tax. It's not saying anything about the ability to control commerce. It's not saying anything about the lack of a central government. It is talking about the difficulty of the government to make change. Nor shall any alteration at any time hereafter be made in any of them. And it takes all states to make a change. Yep, it's D. The answer is D here. Put my little eagle there. Answer is D. Confirmed. Okay. We are flying through it now. Match each provision of the Articles of Confederation to its corresponding effect. The government could not dissolve disputes between the states. The government could not carry out basic duties. The government cannot enforce laws. The government cannot adapt easily to new changes. Okay. So if you think about the functions of each branch of government, this question becomes really easy to answer. The government could not resolve disputes. That is a judicial branch thing. So I would say D for this. The government could not carry out basic duties. I would say that is a problem with the executive. No, not the executive. I would say that is a problem with not being able to tax, right? You can't tax, so you don't have the money. You don't have the money to do things. Government cannot enforce laws. That is a responsibility of the executive. I would put A for this one. Government cannot enforce laws. That is what the executive branch is there to do. And if you don't have an executive, then you can't enforce laws. And the government could not adapt easily to new changes. Unanimous vote required to change the Articles of Confederation. That's hard. That is a hard barrier to overcome. Getting all 13 states to agree on anything was essentially impossible during this time, and so it was not easy for the government to change and adapt over time. Okay, study the map of the American colonies during the Constitutional Convention of 1787. Match each plan for the representation in the Constitution to the state, New Jersey or Virginia, that would support the plan. Okay, remember, New Jersey, small state. They want to be treated equally as all the other states. So I would say, as far as New Jersey is concerned, we are looking at equality here. Virginia, big state. They want their bigness to matter. So how do they do this? This is through population. This is through proportional representation. This is A. They are the big state. You can see they are much bigger than New Jersey. Yep, that is my answer. Explain why each state, Virginia and New Jersey, favored a specific plan. Use examples from the map to support your answer. Okay, let's do it. So New Jersey would support a plan of congressional representation based on equality. This is due to the fact that New Jersey has a smaller population comparatively to the other states in the Confederation. At the time of this Confederation, in the proposed, nation, and the proposed union, and the union, and would want to be treated equally as a state. Virginia would support a plan of congressional representation based on population. This is due to the fact that Virginia has a larger population compared to the other states in the Union, and would want their larger to be reflected in the representation via proportional representation. Boom. Using evidence from the map, talking about the sizes of the states, the size of the population, what each of them would want. That's what we're looking for. Okay, place the following with the correct plan of government. Equality is going to be New Jersey. Unicameral. These are just things you're going to have to know. Small state. Population. Bicameral. Big state. Nice. For each of the compromises below, explain what the compromise was, I would imagine is what that's trying to say, and how it impacted how the Constitution was written. Okay. The Great Compromise combined elements of both the Virginia and New Jersey plan to create a bicameral legislature with one house with equal representation in one house and proportional representation in the other. This is the House of Representatives. How it impacted how the Constitution was written. This significantly impacted the way that Article 1 was written, when outlining the structure of both the House and the Senate. The House of Representatives in the Constitution was designed to satisfy the Virginia is their desire for proportional, while the Senate was New Jersey plan. Okay, we will work with that. The 3/5 compromise limited the representation of slaves in slave states to count as 3/5 toward their population. This compromise was designed to satisfy both northern and southern views, so that okay, that's about as simple as I can put that, I think. Okay, popular sovereignty. So here we have a matching section. So people are the source of government's authority. That is simply popular sovereignty. Limited government. So I'll just go down the line here because it's all starting to blur together a little bit, having looked at this now for almost 4 hours. Oh my gosh. Okay. The president is responsible for executing, enforcing, and I'm sure over the course of this video, it's like I'm just like slowly just devolving. The president is responsible for executing, enforcing, and administering laws. Here we have separation of powers, I would say. Congress must have a 2/3 vote in each house to override a veto. That is checks and balances. Congress shall make no law denying individual freedoms of the First Amendment. That is limited government. For sure, for sure, for sure. Educational requirements vary from state to state. That is federalism. Only Congress has the ability to declare war. That is separation of powers. President appointees are subject to approval by the state, or the Senate. That is checks and balances. We, the people of the United States. That is the first 3 words. Well, I guess the first 6 words of the Constitution. That's 7. Wow, I can't count. First 7 words of the Constitution. that is going to be popular sovereignty. The government may exercise only those powers delegated to it as limited government. Federal courts may declare illegal any government action violating, I would imagine this is supposed to say the Constitution. That is going to be judicial review. Boom. Yeah. Technically also checks and balances, right? If you said checks and balances here, not docking you points. Not docking you points for that. But this itself is the principle of judicial review. So please pick A or pick E for this. But if you said D, I see where you're coming from. However, judicial review, this is the actual concept of judicial review. Okay. Rule of law, representation, due process, federalism. Let's define these so we know what we're working with here. Rule of law, no one is above the law. Representation, how is somebody represented in their government? Due process, that is, can't have your life, liberty, property taken away from you except by a trial by jury, right? Federalism, the relationship between states and the federal government. Okay, now with that out of the way, 10th Amendment, the powers not delegated to the United States by the Constitution are reserved to the states. That will be, boop, federalism. If you have federalism for this first one, that is correct. The 10th Amendment is a great example of federalism. The Article 4 is a great example of federalism. So anytime you see the states and federal government interacting with each other, that is going to be federalism. Article 3, Section 1, Clause 1, the Senate of the United States shall be composed of 2 senators from each state chosen by the legislature thereof for 6 years. If you know the intent of the legislative branch, you would know that this is representation, that these are our representatives in our government, is Congress. So, yeah, I would put representation there. 6th Amendment, in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury. That is going to be due process. Anytime we're talking about a jury trial by jury of peers, that's going to be due process. The President, Vice President, and all civil officers of the United States shall be removed from office if they break the rules, right? If they, conviction of treason, bribery, high crimes, misdemeanors, boop, rule of law. Can't do that. Nobody's above the law, not even the government, not even the government officials themselves. So, yep, if you had those answers there, that is what we're looking for. Moving on. A ratification, Federalist versus Anti-Federalist. Okay, let's see what's in store for us here. In the chart below, identify the quote, if the quote would have been made by a Federalist or an Anti-Federalist, and provide a justification for your answer. Okay, let's do it. I'm ready to provide some justifications for my answers. There is no Declaration of Rights, and the laws of the general government being paramount to the laws of the Constitution of several states, the Declaration of Rights in the separate states are no security, nor are people secured even in the enjoyment of the benefit of the common law. Okay, this is going to be an Anti-Federalist. Anti-Federalist, getting all up in arms about the lack of a Bill of Rights. Justification, this would be, this highlights the Anti-Federalist argument that there is no Bill of Rights in the Constitution. In the first draft of the Constitution. Boom. In the Compound Republic of America, the power surrendered by the people is divided between two distinct governments, and then the portion allotted to each subdivided among distinct and separated departments. This would be a Federalist argument. Why? They are arguing, arming. What even was that? Arguing. For the principles of a separated government that would not rule tyrannically over the people. Yeah, this is actually written by James Madison himself. This is Federalist 51. So, where we see this is, separation of powers. He goes crazy about separation of powers in Federalist 51. So this is literally written by Madison himself, who also, authored much of the Constitution. The President of the United States has unrestrained power of granting pardons for treason, which may be sometimes exercised to screen from punishment those whom he had secretly instigated to commit the crime, and thereby prevent a discovery of his guilt. Okay, finding loopholes in the Constitution. This would be an anti-federalist argument. This argument highlights the concerns about the abuse of the executive's privilege that's not correct, to pardon individuals. Goodness sakes, man, it starts to all just blur together after 4 hours. Good grief. It's starting to get late at night. I'm starting to get tired. If you are doing your packet, don't do this all in one sitting. Please don't cram this the night before the EOC. Please get sleep. Don't do what I'm doing right now and try to do this whole packet. Because you're not going to be able to spell words and you're going to be tired. So don't do what I'm doing right now. This is insane. Depart individuals guilty. Okay. Among the numerous advantages promised by a well-constructed union, none deserves to be more accurately developed than its tendency to break and control the violence of a faction. I would say that this is probably coming from Federalist 10. This is Federalist 10. This is Hamilton. This is Madison himself, again, talking about the idea that a republic is equipped to break the control of a faction that could pose a danger for a democratic society. So I would say this is a Federalist argument here. The new Constitution, arguing that the new Constitution is equipped to deal with the dangers of factions. Boom. Place the following in the appropriate category. Favored a strong central government. That would be our Federalists. Favored a strong state government. Wanted a Bill of Rights. Favored a president. represented by wealthy, represented by farmers and the working class. The common man. Okay, early American documents. So we're simply just identifying which document is which. If you know what the documents are talking about, this particular question is not hard. But again, you need to know what the documents are and their intent and what each of them do. So this is kind of something you're just going to have in your brain folds up here. So the said states hereby severely enter into a firm league of friendship with each other for their common defense, the security of their liberties, and their mutual and general welfare, binding themselves to assist each other against all forces offered to or attacks made upon them, or on any of them on account of religion, sovereignty, trade, or any other pretense whatsoever. That, my friends, is the Articles of Confederation. That is the Articles of Confederation. The giveaway was the firm league of friendship. So we are not a union. We are not one cohesive system of government. We are just a firm league of friends in this confederation. So yeah, this is Articles of Confederation. This should be on A here. When in the course of human events, okay, I'm going to pause right there. That is a extremely famous line from the Declaration of Independence. So, you know, I'm able to pick that up there. If you don't have the Declaration of Independence just down in your head, then well, you'll need to keep reading. But when in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another. Okay, you could probably figure it out there. If you're disconnecting political bonds, disconnecting political bands, you're declaring independence. You're disconnecting your dependence on another nation, right? But we'll keep reading. And to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them. Okay, yeah, this is talking about natural rights. And remember, Thomas Jefferson was heavily influenced by John Locke's Natural Rights and his treatises on government. This is definitely the Declaration of Independence. We'll mark that as B. Which you kind of use the test, take the test, leaves, you know, this with the Constitution here on C. If you didn't get this next excerpt by the first three words, I have failed you. I failed you as a government teacher. We, the people of the United States, in order to form a more perfect union, establish justice, ensure domestic tranquility, provide for the common defense, promote the general welfare, and secure the blessings of liberty to ourselves and our posterity. I mean, guys, this is the preamble to the Constitution. I've had it up on my wall in the back of the classroom all year long. I sure hope we know what the preamble of the Constitution is. That is C. That is C. Select the letter of the document to indicate the order they were adopted or ratified from earliest to latest. Okay, so we did a little bit of timeline stuff a little bit earlier in this packet, so if you need to go back and refer to your packet timeline to answer this question, you know, by all means, go for it. But if you can just think about logically the development of the nation over time, this question is not particularly difficult. So the Mayflower Compact, this is colonial America. That comes first, okay? That's the first document that happens. Then the United States Constitution, the Articles of Confederation, those are our first attempts at government. We can only do that, we can only attempt government if we first declare independence from the government that we're already a part of. So logically, the next thing is the Declaration of Independence. Then our first attempt at government was the Articles of Confederation. So we will move this down to C. And then, you know, of course, our current modern day government is under the United States Constitution. So hopefully that is what you had. You can think about it kind of logically down the line there if you didn't remember, you know, all the dates and whatnot. Okay, styles of representation. We did not talk a whole lot about partisan, but I will talk about it briefly here. A partisan is someone who focuses more on the desires of their political party more so than their constituents. So emphasize the uh, interests of their political party when representing their constituents. Um, yes, when they are representing their constituents. A delegate, the representative will always do what is desired by the constituency. The trustee, the representative, will use their expertise and experience to make decisions as opposed to consulting their constituents. Essentially, the constituents are trusting this person to use their own interest, to use their best judgment, to act on their behalf. They are not constantly referring back to the will of the constituent. And then our Politico is a mix of delegate and trustee, using whichever style of representation is needed or is best suited for the occasion. Okay, so we have influences on representation. Representative Griffith, that's me. That's my name. Representative Griffith supports a bill that would increase educational funding, yet the constituents of his district are afraid that increasing the budget for education may increase taxes. Representative Griffith believes that funding for education would benefit his district and votes in favor of the legislation, even though his constituents would likely not support the bill. He is acting as a trustee because his constituents would likely not support the bill. He's doing what he wants to do. He is doing what he thinks would benefit his constituents, even if his constituents don't also, believe that that is the case. Representative Smith's district overwhelmingly supports stricter gun control measures. Although Smith personally believes in fewer gun control restrictions, they vote in favor of a gun control bill because that is what their constituents want. As a delegate, they're doing this because that is what their constituents want. Representative Jones represents a district where a majority of voters support raising the federal minimum wage. Even though Jones has concerns about economic impact, they vote in favor because that's what their constituents want. So even though they don't particularly like the idea, they do it anyway because that's what the constituents want. So reflect the view of the constituents. This is going to be the delegate. Okay. Whew. Gotta stretch. Oh. Whew. Okay. We are making it. We are really close. We're close. Okay. Presidential system. Elected independently of Congress. Oh, this video is going to be a bear to edit. Oh my gosh. Okay. Whew. Prime Minister executes the law. Clear separation of powers. Mr. Griffith, editing Mr. Griffith, throw the diagrams up on the screen so they can see why these are, why this is the case. You think about the flow chart, you know, you think about the voter, they are voting independently on the executive and the judiciary. In a presidential system. In a parliamentary system, it goes voter, legislative branch, executive branch, where, among that legislative body, they are voting on an executive, also known as a prime minister in a parliamentary system. So elected by the legislature, that is what I just said, the prime minister. Executive and legislative branches combined. Elected by the people. If we're talking about just the executive, because in both systems, the legislative branch is voted by the people. But if you're thinking about just the executive system, which the question is saying, then that is solely in the presidential system. President is the head. And we see the term limits in the presidential system, right? Okay. Select the boxes to identify which branch has the following powers. May veto a law. Well, we know the president does that, and the president is in the executive branch. Requires another branch to submit an annual budget. Okay, this is kind of a tricky question. So the legislative branch requires the executive branch to submit the budget proposal first. So it is referring to the legislative branch. May pass laws regarding issues not directly addressed in the Constitution. Boop. Legislative branch. Declares laws and government actions unconstitutional. Judicial branch. So executive, legislative, judicial. Love it. I love it. Okay. Which branch has the power? Okay. Executive. And the legislative is being checked. Ratify treaties. That is the legislative. Checking the executive. Appoint federal judges. That is the executive. Checking the judicial. Impeachment of federal officials. That is the legislative. Checking both the executive and judicial, because judges can be impeached. Confirm the appointments of presidential appointments, legislative, on the executive. Declaring laws unconstitutional, that is the judicial, on both the legislative and the executive. Let me go back and double check, make sure I didn't make any clear errors there. I'm pretty sure that is just correct. Veto, yes, 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 and yes. Okay. Oh, we've got more. Fun. Overrides a presidential veto. Legislative checking the executive. Judges are appointed for life. That is a judicial or executive is the appointment here. It controls the appropriations of money. That is the legislative. Checking the executive. Okay. Nice. Yeah, that's correct. Changes in government power. How did these programs change the role of government in the United States with Social Security, Civilian Conservation, Federal Communications Commission, FDIC? It's got some New Deal policies going on here. Yeah. So, how do these programs change the role of government influence? Um, the federal government reduces its power? No. No, the government's power is not being reduced through these programs. The state governments gained greater power? Nope. The states did not gain more power. The federal government gained more power. The state governments grew less influential because the federal programs were designed to control local economies. No, they weren't designed to control local economies, but the states, and it is right that the states didn't gain power here, but I think D is our best answer. The federal government gained influence because the programs changed the way we think about the responsibilities of the government. Yepers. That is correct. After FDR and the New Deal policies that we see here, I mean, we basically have a government that is unrecognizable to the one, uh, prior to FDR. So good for him. He changed things pretty significantly. Okay, which statement is best explains how these institutions change the role of the government in the economy? So we have the second bus, the second Bank of the United States, opening up. Federal Reserve created. Social Security Act, Medicaid created. Yeah, this is definitely just A. Definitely just A. The other ones don't capture the expanding nature of the government in the same way that the first question or the first answer does. Government took a larger part in directing the national economy. Yes, and that is continuing to be the case, and it's probably never going to stop. Okay, which situation is an example of the United States federal government taking an active role in the daily lives of citizens? Okay, the president appoints ambassadors. Probably not. The legislative branch decides on the rules for Senate procedures. Probably not. The president signs an executive order desegregating public schools. Possibly. The Supreme Court hears a case between two states suing each other. I like answer C. I like answer choice C here. That is going to impact the day-to-day lives of individuals, I would say. More so than the other things. Okay, federalism. So federal, state, concurrent. We can also explain these as expressed, reserved, or concurrent. You could see it both ways. I would maybe write that on your packet. I would put it I'd write expressed under federal and reserved under state because I don't know what the EOC is going to ask you. It could be either of them. So just be prepared for that. Creating a military is something only the federal government can do. Funding roads and bridges is a concurrent power because if you have an interstate highway, right, if it's going between states or an interstate highway, then that is managed by the federal government, whereas local roads, like Retmo Drive going into the high school, and that's it's the state's municipality dealing with that kind of stuff. So increasing sales tax to fund local schools. It's going to be states doing that. The federal government does not do that. They can increase taxes. They can do that. That is a concurrent power. But only the states deal with increasing sales tax to fund schools. And signing a trade agreement with another country, that is going to be a federal situation here. So, yeah, I think the really tricky one kind of these middle two here, because that you gotta know some things about concurrent and reserved powers. What can the states do? What can both do? There's not that many examples of concurrent powers, so I would recommend that you memorize them. The ones that I just think about immediately are roads and bridges and taxation, like the ability to levy a tax. Not necessarily levying a tax for public schools, that is more so a state thing, but levying tax just in general is something that both the federal and the state government can do. Okay, powers, expressed powers of Congress. Okay, this is going to be, Article 1, Section 8. You can navigate to the Constitution and just read them to yourself here. I will list some of them off. Interstate commerce. Coin money. Maintain an army. Power to levy tax. Those are just a couple. Just a handful. I won't go too crazy with it. You can see the rest of them for yourselves by literally reading them in the Constitution because they are expressly written. That's the whole point of the express powers. That's where they're at. The implied powers, Article 1, Section 8, Clause 13, right? Clause 18. Article 1, Section 8, Clause 18 is going to be our implied powers. There's a necessary and proper clause. I'm going to write that down here. This like making a bank to do this whole thing. Creating so if you're talking about levying tax, you need some kind of institution to be able to do that. Creation of the IRS, Internal Revenue Service. Yep, those are some implied powers. Denied powers cannot. So these are things that Congress cannot do. They cannot write bills of attainder. They cannot write post ex facto laws. And they cannot suspend habeas corpus. What are all of these things? Bills of attainder, you can't make legislation to make a party guilty of a crime. Post ex facto laws, you can't punish people for doing something that was not yet a crime, but then you made a law and all of a sudden the action is now a crime, but they're not doing it anymore. But you can't punish them for having done it in the past because the law hadn't been passed yet. And suspension of habeas corpus, show me the body is what it literally means, habeas corpus. You can't lock people up in jail forever. You have to give them a trial at some point. So they have to be shown before a court at some point. The only time we've ever suspended habeas corpus, I believe, was Abraham Lincoln in the 1860s during the Civil War. That's the only time that the executive has ever done that, but Congress cannot do that. We simply did that as a wartime measure in the past. So there you go. Let's move this down because that's bothering me. Okay, so political parties, interest groups, participation in government. Which statement best explains why a citizen would participate in an interest group rather than a political party? Political parties get less media coverage than the interest group. That is not true. Political parties are more expensive to join. There's no cost, so that's not true. Interest groups focus on specific political issues. I like that answer. I like the answer quite a bit. Interest groups have more members. They do not. Political parties have far more members than interest groups do. So I would go with answer choice C in this particular case. Okay, place the following steps in the appropriate blank. Okay, so this is the system of electing a president, right? So a person declares intent to run for office, candidate campaigns and gives speeches. They win the first election, primary means first, primary election. Candidate gives speeches, they will debate the other candidate from the other party, then we get the general election. This is the presidential election, right? There's other government positions up, but most people know this as, the presidential election. And then that candidate is sworn into office. Okay, Janelle asked her state legislator to propose a bill to allow 16-year-olds to vote in presidential primaries if they will be 18 years old by the time of the general election. This idea has not been addressed yet in the laws of her state, despite Janelle's efforts. Her state legislature did not introduce the bill. Bummer for Janelle, but she still has things she could do. So, based on the scenario, what would be the best option for Janelle? Um, Not polling. Polling would not help her. Boycotting. What is she boycotting? That makes no sense. Boycotting cannot be the correct answer here. Initiative. It's a good answer. And referendum. A referendum is probably not what Janelle would want here. So, let's think about the difference between an initiative and a referendum. An initiative is initiated by the citizen. So in this case, Janelle could initiate a ballot initiative to say, hey, we can make a constitutional change to our state constitution by simply initiating what is called a ballot initiative. If we get enough signatures, we can do that. However, a referendum is also another form of kind of direct democracy at the local level, but when we talk about referendums, we are looking at it through the lens of the state legislature is allowing the people to vote directly on a policy. And in this particular case, the state legislature probably would not make such legislation because they already shut Janelle down, right? So it's going to be up to Janelle to do this. She's going to have to take the initiative here with a ballot initiative. So answer choice C, definitely our best answer. Okay, we are getting super close to the end of the packet here. Thanks for bearing with me. If you've gotten this far in the video, you are a champion. You are plugging along. I've now been at this for 4.5 hours. So this is going to be a nightmare to edit, but it's okay. All for you, kids. All for you. Which statement best illustrates the role and influence of political parties? Political parties are only important at the national level. Nope, they play a role in state and local too. Political parties represent all citizens. They don't. They only represent members of their party. Political parties are more focused on elections rather than issues. Kind of. Not a great answer. Political parties address issues relevant to the citizens. Yeah. Remember, we've got a entire political party platform that is built on issues relevant to the public. Whether they take one position on the issue or another position on the issue, we can take, like immigration, for example. Democrats might be a little bit more loose on it. Republicans might be a little more strict on it, but they both have immigration. It's relevant to the citizens that is in their party platform, regardless of which position they take on that particular issue. So I would say answer choice D is the best answer here. Okay, which actions are considered a civic duty and required by the government? Select all that apply. Okay, so you gotta pay your taxes. You gotta follow the laws. You don't necessarily have to protest. That is, up to you to decide to do that. If you get jury duty, you gotta go serve on the jury. You don't have to vote. You don't have to vote. That is not a duty. That is a responsibility. And you don't have to write to your elected officials. So the three that I would select here: pay taxes, follow laws, and serve on a jury. That's what I would select because you have to do those things. That is your civic duty to do those. Okay, so based on the graph, which conclusion can be made? Voters with high education levels are more likely to participate in election. That looks to be true. High school graduates are more likely to vote than the average registered voter. The average registered voter? No, that's not true. Voters with less than a 9th grade education are more likely to vote than college graduates. No, that's not true. The gap between registered to vote and actually voted is greater in groups with higher education levels. Not true. That is not true. A. A is your answer choice here. Okay, moving on. What question would best sway voters to eliminate the Electoral College? Why should we change a long-standing system that seems to be advocating for the Electoral College? How long would a national recount of the popular vote take? Again, another advantage to the Electoral College is we don't have that. How would small states be important in the electoral process? Again, this seems to be advocating for the Electoral College. Why should candidates who do not win the popular vote become president? Yeah, that's what I'm putting. Answer choice D. I would put answer choice D here because there are some cases where the candidate who did not win the popular vote could win the electoral vote, or the majority of the electoral vote. Remember, it doesn't matter if you get the plurality of the electoral vote, you have to have the majority of the total, which is why you need 270 to win. And there are times where the candidate who got 270 was not the candidate who got the popular vote. So that would be a good criticism. All right, let's read some graphs, shall we, children? I say so. Reading charts and graphs. Based on the chart, which statement is most accurate? Health received the least amount of federal funding? No, it didn't. It did not receive the least amount. National defense received less federal funding than Medicare. No, that is not true. Social Security received the greatest amount of federal funding. That seems to be true to me. I would say so, just, given the numbers that I'm looking at. Transportation received more federal funding than veterans. No, it did not. Answer choice C is going to be correct for this particular question. Okay, the 26th Amendment was ratified in 1971, extended the right to vote to citizens 18 years old. 8 to 18 years old. I cannot read that for whatever reason. The 26th Amendment extended the right to vote to 18-year-olds. Based on the chart, which statement about New York City voter turnout is correct? The voter turnout was not affected by the 26th Amendment. That doesn't seem to be true. Voter turnout in 2012 was the lowest on record. No, because it was the same as 1996. There was a steady trend towards a higher voter turnout since the 26th Amendment. Nope, it's gone down. It's gone up and down. There was an initial voter increase, but then a decline in voters since the 26th Amendment. Okay, we have a increase and then a decline. I like that answer. Let's go with answer choice D. That's where I'm going to put my eagle. Answer choice D is where that's going to go. Study the maps. Okay, let's do that. Let's study the maps. Maps studied. Okay. Which statement best explains the difference between the difference in presidential elections between 1952 and 1964? More citizens voted for president in 1952. We don't know how many people voted, so we can't say that is true. Voters preferred the Democratic candidate in 1952. Eisenhower won in 52. He was a Republican candidate. That is not true. Republicans received broad nationwide support in 1964. That's not true. There was a political and social shift in the South. We can look at the geography here. That is the case. That is true. Social shift. Yep. That's true. We're going to go with that. Okay. Operating budget of a state, 2016. Based on the graph, which conclusion can be made about the spending? The highest percentage was spent on human services. That looks to be true to me. I'm going to put this there. For now, the highest priority is education of young children. No. The transportation system is the main spending. No. Focuses on restructuring the criminal justice system. No. All right. Answer choice A, team. Let's go with that one. That makes the most sense to me. The following question has two parts. First, answer part A, then answer part B. Okay, let's do it. Study the graph, how Americans get their news. Part A, the graph suggests that Americans mainly receive their information from 57% shows television, so I would probably pick the answer that says traditional TV news. The other ones are smaller than 57%, so traditional TV news seems to be correct to me. Part B, what is one main benefit that Americans may gain by going online for election news coverage instead of other sources? People are given a chance to argue politics. People are able to research the candidates and issues. I like that answer. That seems to be pretty good to me. Candidates can place advertisements that promote them. Campaign ads. Do we benefit? Do we benefit from campaign ads? I don't think so. Political parties can highlight the candidates that favor their issues. That is true, but it is not as good as being able to research candidates on your own. The glories of the internet. Ballotpedia is great. If you've never used Ballotpedia before, I would encourage you to use it when you are voting for the first time. Okay, reading comprehension. Here we go. We've made it to the final section of the video. We're so close. Okay. I'm ready to go to bed, so I'm going to go through this quickly. Yeah, we've been at this for a solid 4.5 hours now, so this has been a blast. I hope you're enjoying this as much as I am. Hope you've like popped some popcorn or something, gotten some snacks, and enjoying listening to Mr. Griffith go on and on about government. This is like me teaching the entirety of the class in one video, which is insane. Why do I do these things to myself? Okay. It's because I love you guys. That's why. That's why I do this. Okay. Document 1, the Declaration of Independence. I'm not going to read all of this to you. You can read this on your own. So so essentially what is King George doing wrong here? What are the main problems being listed against King George here? What are our main grievances? First, he has refused to approve laws that are necessary for the well-being of the public, right? He has interfered with the colonial legislative systems. He has disrupted the legislative bodies. Through what he said, what Jefferson says, but fatiguing them into compliance with his measures. He has disrupted legislative bodies through unnecessary oversight. I would probably say these three things are where I would go. How do these grievances illustrate the concept of natural rights? This highlights the concept of natural rights as the ability of an individual to govern an individual in the ability of a society, the rights of a society to govern themselves has been violated by a tyrannical disruption of colonial legislative procedures. Okay, I feel like I might be getting a little too ahead of myself. If you don't understand what I'm saying here, essentially the king has made lawmaking too challenging, and it is the natural right of people to govern themselves. So the king has taken away essentially the essence of individual liberties that we have an infringement. So Jefferson is highlighting an infringement of the government on the rights of the people in their legislative assemblies. And that is about as cohesive as an answer as you're going to get from me at this point in the packet. This is a slog for sure, but we're powering through together, team. We're doing it. Okay, describe the system of checks and balances established by the Massachusetts Constitution. In the government of this Commonwealth, the legislative department shall never exercise the executive judicial powers, or either of them. The executive shall never exercise the other powers, or either of them. The judicial, they can't do the things that the other branches are supposed to do. The author of the Massachusetts Constitution is highlighting the significance of separation of powers I don't know how much I like this question, because this is more so highlighting the idea of separation of powers than it is checks and balances. For those of you watching this video, we're going to change the question. We're going to change the question. You have Mr. Griffith's permission to change the question on your packet from checks and balances to separation of powers. As he is suggesting that the legislative branch only do legislative functions, the executive only do executive functions, and the judicial only do judicial functions. How does this this is a clear separation of the powers of government to prevent one branch from becoming too powerful. It's like Thanos getting all of the stones in the Infinity Gauntlet, right? Just collecting all of the power. We don't want that. One branch of the government from one branch from becoming too powerful. Yeah. How does this prevent the abuse of power? separation of powers does not allow for the consolidation of power into one government office and does not allow for one office to exercise unlimited authority, unlimited power. Okay. How does it protect individual liberties? The due process clause of the Fifth Amendment protects an individual's rights to their life, liberty, and property from government abuses, as a trial by jury is necessary to take these things from an individual. Why were these protections considered essential by the Founding Fathers? Having just declared independence from a oppressive and abusive government, the Founding Fathers believed that the incorporation, I'm not going to say incorporation because that has an alternative meaning, that the inclusion of the Bill of Rights was necessary to prevent such abuses from happening again. Sure. That's a fine answer. Whew. Okay. Here we go. The Federalist Papers. So Federalist 10. You can tell because faction. So, they discuss the dangers. So in Federalist 10, James Madison discusses the dangers of factions. What are factions? These are groups that band together around a common political, I'm going to refrain from that, common interest or issue, and seeks to control other groups within the government. Large factions present a danger as they threaten the liberty of smaller groups. In Madison's time, he likely was referring to the states and their different interests, but we could apply the same idea of factions to political parties today. There you go. Factions. Okay, how does Madison propose to control their negative effects? Okay, so he kind of goes into this idea. There's two things you can do. You can fix the problem of the faction by removing liberty altogether. That is not good. That is a not good thing that he is saying. So, there are two methods of curing the mischiefs of factions. The one by removing its causes, the other by controlling its effects. There are again two methods of removing the causes of a faction. The one by destroying the liberty which is essential to the existence. The other by giving to every citizen the same opinions, the same passions, and the same interest, which is also not particularly realistic. So how do we control the negative effects? Well, one way that Madison proposes to control the negative effects of a faction is to remove liberty, remove the liberty to form a faction altogether. However, this threatens individual liberties and is likely not the solution that Madison would advocate for. He also mentions that each citizen could have the same interests and passions, but again, this is likely not to occur. One of the primary ways that Madison argues for the Constitution's ability to negate the negative effects of the factions is by promoting a system of government in which many factions can exist together without one faction becoming dominant. Such a system of federalism promoted in the Constitution would allow for a large system of government in which many factions could coexist without one faction becoming too strong. That was kind of the theory that Madison had. Yep. I think this should be not likely to occur. This is not likely to occur. Yeah, we talked quite a bit about Federalist 10 and this idea of, having enough slices in the pie where not one slice is going to be too dominant. Okay, we are making our way through. We've got 5 more prompts. 5 more. Okay, here we go. Emancipation Proclamation. This is the Emancipation Proclamation used in the Civil War as a wartime measure, and kind of hinting at Lincoln's future policies of liberating the slaves post-Civil War. So what American political values are addressed in the Emancipation Proclamation? Equality and freedom, liberty. Abraham Lincoln is using the Emancipation Proclamation to promote the American ideals of liberty, freedom, and equality as he advocates for the liberation of the slaves in the Confederate States during the Civil War. Yeah, good for Abe. Good for Lincoln. How does this document illustrate the larger idea of civil rights? The Emancipation Proclamation was a significant step towards equality under the law as this wartime measure set up the future liberation of slaves. In 1865, you don't need to know that, but you do need to know that it was a significant milestone in the civil rights movement. This future liberation of slaves under the Reconstruction Amendments in the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments. Future liberation of slaves and equality. So we will rephrase this. Okay. Okay. You do kind of need to have a timeline of the civil rights movement in your head. Kind of going back to abolition movements even prior to the Civil War. Now, I will say the Emancipation Proclamation was more so used as a tool to help reach the end of the Civil War, or at least Lincoln thought that would be the case. But it does highlight a future goal that he would have to eventually liberate all slaves in the Union. So, yeah. Okay. The Gettysburg Address. Here we have Lincoln, Battle of Gettysburg. It looks like the Union is going to win the Civil War. There's still a couple more battles to be fought, but the Gettysburg Address is kind of what many see as like a serious turning point in the Civil War, and that the war was virtually done. Again, few battles still to be fought, but Gettysburg is a huge turning point in favor of the Union. Kind of some context there. Central message of the Gettysburg Address. Finish the fight. Freaking like Halo 3 kind of stuff there. The Union will finish the fight against the Confederacy to preserve freedom in America and shed the great burden of slavery on this nation. He alludes to this goal as he mentions a, quote, new birth of freedom that would highlight anti-slavery sentiments following the war. That foreshadows Lincoln elicits a patriotic fervor in the Union, using language similar to that found in some of the founding documents in our nation's history. One of the most significant themes that is repeated from the Declaration is the idea that all men are equal. Actually, I maybe like the idea of going with the popular sovereignty route. There's a couple different things that you could pick here, but I'm just kind of like running through my mind palace trying to think about kind of the opening remarks in the Declaration of Independence, and I am reminded of the quote that talks about, a government instituted among men, and then kind of comparing that with, a government of the people, by the people, for the people. Okay, that's about the best I can come up with, 5 hours deep into this. Okay, Voting Rights Act of 1965. All right. We've got some more civil rights. Okay, we can see some of the key provisions here. We've got Section 4A to assure that the right of citizens of the United States to vote is not denied or abridged on account of race or color. So how is that being done? Well, it's through tests or devices in any state with respect to which the determinations have been made. So, Section 4A restricts the use of literacy tests and any other devices that could restrict the right of the people to vote based on race. Okay, we have, what other sections do we have here? Section B, or any political subdivision with respect to which such determination has been made. Okay, so unless the United States District Court for the District of Columbia in action for a declaratory judgment brought by such state or subdivision against the United States has determined that no such test or device has been used during the 5 years preceding the filing of the action. So there's also government oversight by DC, or the federal government. So federal oversight over the states. Okay. The Voting Rights Act reinforced some of the key provisions in the 15th Amendment to protect an individual's right to vote regardless of the color of their skin. The Voting Rights Act of 1965 created regulatory measures for states, forcing states to comply with the 15th Amendment. Okay. All right, we've got Kennedy's inaugural speech here. And so, my fellow Americans, ask not what your country can do for you, ask what you can do for your country. My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what America will do for you, but what together we can do for the freedom of man. And the crowd goes wild. Okay, what is he talking about here? Main theme of Kennedy's inaugural address, that the main theme of Kennedy's inaugural address is an individual's individual's responsibility to maintain the freedoms and liberties of this nation. It is also a call to action to promote the American ideals on a global scale, and to defend what makes America free. No. We'll quote him. To defend, quote, the freedom of man. There you go. Oh, okay. How did he call on Americans to contribute to global peace and prosperity? In his closing remarks, Kennedy calls for the unity of Americans to advocate for global peace and prosperity. As, quote, together we can fight for the freedom of man. Something like that. I don't know, an idea, something like that. MLK's I Have a Dream. What was King's vision? What was Dr. King's vision? Dr. King envisioned an America in which all men, regardless of the color of their skin, could enjoy the privileges of living in a nation that promoted the ideals of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. King believed that America was capable of overcoming its historic prejudices against African Americans, so that all citizens could enjoy, so that all citizens could live freely in the United States. How did he use the language of the Declaration of Independence to support his message of equality and justice? Dr. King reiterates the words of Jefferson in his Declaration of Independence. Oh my goodness, all the letters look the same. This is what 5.5 hours of doing this video does to a man. Okay. Reiterates the words of Jefferson in his Declaration of Independence that, quote, all men are created to emphasize that this should also include black citizens as well as white. King makes the argument that the quote, magnificent words in our founding documents were not meant for one group of people to inherit, but for all Americans to enjoy. There you go. We've made it. Reagan, take it home. We've gone on a journey through American history here. Tear down this wall. Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
Mr. Gorbachev, tear down this wall.
What is the historical context of Reagan's speech? We didn't talk a whole lot about the the Berlin Wall in our government class, but hopefully you can remember some things about your American history course. You know, the Cold War. This is in the midst of the Cold War here. You know, there's a wall built around Western Berlin to prevent people in Eastern Berlin from escaping to places in the West, because what was happening is people were moving from East to West Berlin, and then from West Berlin to other free parts of the world. And the communist regime did not particularly like that was happening, so they built a wall around Western Berlin, and they prevented people from escaping. So that's kind of our context here. So that's the context here. How did he use the speech to advocate for freedom and democracy in the face of the Cold War? He's essentially using the Soviet Union as a case study of why freedom is awesome, why the American ideals of democracy have just withstood the test of time. So Reagan is essentially using the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe as a case study of what happens to a society when they are without the freedoms of a democratic society. He refers to these places as, quote, technologically backward. And suffer problems of, quote, the most basic kind. In contrast, the West did not face such challenges, which was proof which was Reagan's proof that Western democracies were in a better position to satisfy the needs of individuals within the needs of their citizens. And that's about all I'm going to be able to put together for that one for now. Is that it? Did I do it? Boom. Study guide packet done in 5 hours and 26 minutes. I probably could have done that much faster if I didn't try to power through in one session. If I would have done that in like hour sessions over the course of 5 days, that would have been a lot better because I started to slow down quite a bit near the end of that because all of this started to just kind of blur together. But feel free to go back through the video and just compare your answers with what I have to say. And if you have any questions, let me know. I hope you had a blast with me as we went through basically the entirety of the content for the course in an entire afternoon. So I hope this is useful for you. I hope you can use this as a study tool. I don't expect you to watch this entire video, but just go to the different parts that you feel like you need the most help with. If you feel like really confident about types of government and in economics at the very beginning of the video here, just skip down to the parts that you really need help with. Don't worry about sitting here and watching the entirety of this video. I have no idea how long this is actually going to be when I finish editing it, but I can imagine I am not going to edit a whole lot out. So yes, enjoy, and please do your best. Do your best on this EOC because I know you guys can rock it. You guys are going to do great. Thanks, guys.